E.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the beginning of our afternoon panel of this, what has so far been an outstanding Congress, and I know that this panel will be no different. My name is David Casuto. I am a professor at the Elisabeth Haub School of Law at Pace University in New York, and I have the privilege of moderating this panel on cities and climate change, taking the actions needed. And we have a really fascinating group of speakers this afternoon. It's a little bit different than you probably have on your program, but not so substantially, and it's, I promise, every bit or better than it was. Our speakers are Ryan Robery, who is the Janice C. Griffith Professor of Law at the Georgia State University College of Law in Atlanta, Georgia, where he also co-directs the Center for the Comparative Study of Metropolitan Growth. His research concentrates on disaster law within the urban context, with particular reference to cultural heritage and historic resources. He is the co-editor of the Cambridge Handbook on Disaster Law and Policy, as well as several other books on land use and cultural heritage law. That's within the United States and also in international legal contexts. We also have with us Ilan Cooperstein, who serves as the Regional Director for Latin America after having worked as the Deputy Regional Director and C40 City Advisor for Rio de Janeiro, where he supported the city in implementing its climate action plan across multiple areas and in establishing the first sustainability office in Latin America. Ilan successfully launched the C40 Clean Energy Network, which now includes more than 30 cities from various C40 regions. He previously worked at the China-Brazil Center for Climate Change, where he collaborated with government agencies, energy companies, and NGOs on bilateral projects related to biofuels, clean energy innovation policies, electric vehicles, and carbon capture and storage. He holds a bachelor's degree in international relations from PUC Rio and a master's degree in environmental and development from the London School of Economics. We also have with us Juliana Nobre, who is the Municipal Secretary of Environment of Belém, Pará. She graduated in environmental engineering from the State University of Pará with postgraduate degrees in an MBA in environmental management, auditing, and expertise from the Regional Council of Engineering and Agronomy of Pará. Also in engineering and occupational safety from the University of Amazonia. She worked as an environmental engineer in the operational area of Hydroabras for the company AC Vilasa Empreendimentos from 2006 to 2010. From 2011 to 2012, she served as the environmental technical assistant at the Vila do Conde port in Companhia Docas do Pará, and from 2013 to 2014, served as Deputy Secretary of Environment and Economic Development for the municipality of Barcarena, Pará, and was later promoted to Executive Municipal Secretary of Environment and Economic Development of Barcarena, Pará in 2015. This current year, she was appointed as the Municipal Secretary of Environment of Belém. Our student commentator is Daniel Calarco, who's a youth commentator, a lawyer who graduated from FGV Direito Rio and is a favela leader in Rio de Janeiro. He's the founder and president of the International Youth Watch and a member of the steering committee of the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. So this is a terrific panel. It's a privilege for me to be moderating it, and we will begin with Professor Roper.
Thank you very much, David, for that very kind introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be here again here at FGV. 2 years ago, Georgia State University and FGV hosted a study space where we focused on climate change actions, and it's a pleasure to be back here again. Is it possible to put the slides up? And for those of you that may not know, Georgia State University is in Atlanta, Georgia. I have a little slide that sort of shows you where that is, which we will see in just a moment, because a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is a project that we are working on in the state of Georgia in a seaside city that is dealing with the effects of climate change, working with their local municipal government on changing how they address disaster in a long-term context. So hopefully this works. All right. So which is one of those movies where he wakes up in the morning and the same thing happens day after day after day. And sometimes that's how I feel about disaster. We have natural disasters year after year, month after month, and not much ever changes. We're sad, where we work together to build up homes, etc., and then we continue on our way and we have the next disaster. To some extent, the project of one of the projects that we are working on, so here is that going to work? So over here on the right is the eastern seaboard of the United States. Here is the state of Georgia. Atlanta is right here in the middle. We are working on a project with the city of Savannah. The city of Savannah and the county of Savannah, it's not very large. It is, the idea was Savannah is a place on the eastern seaboard that oops, how do we go back? There we go. Savannah is a place on the eastern seaboard. As you can see, it's on the Atlantic side. Occasionally there will be hurricanes that come through. This is Florida right here, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, and hurricanes can come through there. Savannah does not have any local ordinances dealing specifically with what happens or what should happen from a legal perspective when a disaster strikes. And so our center at Georgia State, along with several federal agencies in the United States, we were commissioned to deliver what's called a post-disaster recovery ordinance. And that is a local law that is supposed to take into account several different communities. The local communities, particularly the indigenous or the underserved communities, were highly specialized. We brought them to the table. We're supposed to use integration lessons from other jurisdictions, and that then also we need to harmonize this local ordinance with state law and with federal law. That is the goal. And what's fascinating about this goal is it cannot be done by lawyers alone. We brought together a transdisciplinary team of both county and municipal officials, local government officials, businesses, lawyers, policy specialists, and urban studies specialists as part of a team to try to get different perspectives on the challenge. And when we talk about disaster, especially roughly 65 to 70% of all people in the world live in an urban space. We live in cities. And so really, disaster strikes people in cities most all around the world. What do we mean by disaster? Well, you have the preparedness phase. How can you prepare? The disaster strikes. And in those first 3 to 4 weeks, which is that red sort of curve on the graph, that is the immediate response. We try to save people's lives. We try to rebuild homes. We try to get infrastructure back working again. The project that we are working on is the blue phase. And this is the phase that is not talked about almost at all, and that is the long-term recovery. After 3 or 4 months pass, how do you then structure laws that will allow people to come back into their homes, that will allow for temporary housing, that will allow for debris removal from trees or from things that are broken? That is the process that we're working on in Savannah. So it's not disaster 2 or 3 or 4 months after. It's disaster 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years after. Why is that important? Well, just taking United States statistics, in the past 40 years alone, we've had 387 different events that have cost the U.S. over $1 billion each every time, and it's increasing. These numbers of disasters are increasing. People lose their lives. The economy suffers. We also have a situation right now in the United States that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, which has traditionally taken the lead when there are large-scale disasters in the United States, under the Trump administration, FEMA has largely been closed. And the movement from the Trump administration says, rather than the federal government coming in to help you, you need to handle it at the state level. So Georgia would need to handle Georgia's natural disasters. Florida would have to handle Florida's. The problem with that, of course, is that natural disasters strike many states at the same time, and when there's no coordinated effort, people will suffer. But this is the current reality of what the United States is living in. So there is a push to state and local government to try to figure out what to do related to disasters in cities. To give you a sense, I have here just a marker. Only 12% of the people at FEMA that used to be employed at the federal government are still there. It used to be 100% last year, and now we're down to 12%. So we have, 88% of those people are no longer working at the federal level, meaning if a disaster strikes, if a hurricane strikes today, there are far fewer federal resources available to help state and local governments deal with the problem. So what are counties ready to respond? The answer is a mixed bag, yes and no. Some of counties and states have pre-designated shelters, some have ordinances, but all of these local laws are only dealing with disaster management in the short term, the first 1 to 3 months after a disaster strikes. There are no counties or states that actually have laws dealing with what do you do at 1 year out? What is a benchmark? What do you do at 2 years out? Why is that important? Well, we've had many disasters in the United States, Hurricane Katrina being one of the most, probably widespread and well known. One of the challenges is that housing, when people lose their house, we are not able to replace those houses in a quick fashion. To give you some examples, in 2018, we had a hurricane come through Panama City, Florida, which is the North Panhandle. 4,700 rental units were damaged 3.5 years later. So this is 3.5 years later. Out of those 4,700 units we lost, we had only completed 122 units. So again, the scale here is one of time. And it's how do you deal with housing and other issues after the immediate challenges of a disaster have finished. Our project deals with Chatham County, which is the most urbanized and populous county in Charleston and Jacksonville, Florida, about 300,000 people, so it's not terribly large. 15% of the people that live there are over 65, but the Port of Savannah is the primary employer. It is one of the largest ports, shipping ports, container ports on the East Coast. The housing challenges currently as they stand in Savannah are severe. A lot of the housing stock is old. It was not built to withstand a Category 3 or 4 or 5, or as we heard this morning, potentially a 6 hurricane. It is an unaffordable place for many people to live. It is based upon heritage tourism and heritage industry. The city and county are starting to work towards housing policy, but it's not yet gone far enough, and that is one of the things we're considering in our project. It is also, of course, on the coast, which means has flood zones. Many flood zones. And as is typical for many cities across the world, the people who are most affected and are forced to live in the flood zones are those that can least afford it, are vulnerable populations, minorities, indigenous groups. It's the same in Savannah. So what we are trying to do is work with the county, city government, bring everybody to the table to create ordinance provisions dedicated to housing, zoning and land use, property acquisition and disposition, governance and finance. This is an ongoing project. We are slated to finish the project about the middle of next year. We have a workshop in January coming up in a few months to create what is known as a long-term post-disaster recovery ordinance. Now, the county code already has some steps here, but not enough. And I'll talk about a few of the areas that we are working with them on to expand the knowledge of what the law can do and how it can be flexible to allow people to get back in their homes. One of the issues when you're dealing with post-disaster development is they fundamentally alter where people live. Housing gets destroyed and it pushes some people into other zones. And so there is some question about whether development should stop or there should be a moratorium on development to pause and protect public health, safety, and welfare so that they can figure out what to do with people who have moved. Sometimes they've moved out of the city, and then when the city is safe, after 3 or 4 months, they come back in, but there's no place to live. So there's a multiplicity of problems here. For zoning and development, many times the zoning and development, what you can build in a certain space is not necessarily what is needed after a disaster. Circumstances change. And so we are working with Chatham County on building a flexible zoning and development ordinance that will last for up to 5 years in the future, post-disaster. So how should you zone an area for uses in year 1? Depending upon what happens in year 1, how can those changes happen in year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5? The idea is to have a 5 to 10 year plan post-disaster that is operational before the disaster strikes so that nobody is trying to make this up while they're trying to save lives. Property is one of the most important pieces in this whole equation. One area that we're working with Chatham County on is land swaps. How do you swap public land for private land if you need to in the context of a post-disaster scenario? This includes property acquisition and disposition strategies. Currently, in the county and city of Savannah, those are very strict. They are inflexible. And if a hurricane were to strike right now, it would be incredibly problematic for the city because they do not have any ability legally to sort of swap land with private landowners or to take a public park and turn it into a residential development. We're working with them on that flexibility. The other piece is, what do you do with dilapidated and old homes, homes that may not be safe for people to live in? Expropriation or takings might be an option that is always politically sensitive, of course. This is one of the areas we're brainstorming with the local community, and particularly with those minority communities who have usually been the most severely affected by takings and expropriations in the United States. How can government use that power in a way that enables and supports them rather than just takes from them because they are the most politically vulnerable population? Finally, nothing really happens without finance. What we learned through our project thus far is that most small businesses fail to reopen after a disaster. You have your big businesses, they're going to be fine. They're going to move back in, they will open up the doors. But 40% of all small businesses fail to reopen, and those that do, 25% fail within the first year following a disaster. What does that mean? That means that the local government, the state government, needs to have a mechanism to give them funding, to allow them funding post-disaster. This used to happen primarily through the federal government, but again, the Trump administration has pulled all those safety stops back. There is no opportunity right now for financing through the federal government. So we're working with Chatham County to establish a small business recovery fund where they can get a loan, low interest loan for small businesses that then can be repaid off over time as people come back to the city and it becomes re-inhabited. Another thing we've talked about is a redevelopment authority that would take place, that would begin at the moment of when the disaster strikes, so that the city and the emergency management people are not forced to deal with this for 5 years in the future. They've moved on to the next disaster. A redevelopment authority would allow them to sort of push off all of the development responsibilities, et cetera. And there's governance ordinances. What's next? As I conclude, the idea for this project from the outset was this is a novel project. Nothing else has happened like this in the state of Georgia or in many other states in the United States. The idea is this is to be a springboard. This ordinance is to become sort of a model or a springboard ordinance for other people to sort of copy and modify as they see fit. And I think at the end of the day, what really makes this possible is people working together. Not just lawyers, not just engineers, not just municipal people or diplomats, as we heard this morning, but we need everybody in the room to tackle this challenge. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ryan. It's fascinating. I've just been informed that Ilan Cooperstein has had to leave to attend an urgent meeting at the COP, so we will move to our next speaker, who will be Juliana Nobre, who, as I mentioned earlier, I've already introduced, so I'm just going to say, as you may recall, is the Municipal Secretary of Environment for Belém, Pará.
Boa tarde a todos. Queria agradecer em
Good
nome
afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank on behalf of the Mayor Igor Armando for the invitation and congratulate everyone for this necessary event about all these discussions about climate mitigation and adaptation. We are here in a city in the Amazon region, in the north part of the country, in a city full of challenges, and we took office this year and we are facing all the challenges, but we are willing to improve the indexes of our city that is very similar to most of the cities in our region. I can highlight as the main risk factor or the main risk factors of our city, the heat islands, the floodings, and erosion. There are some plans here in the city, for example, the local plan of climate action and risk reduction that underpin all these diagnoses that were built with the participation of the population who live in the vulnerable regions and risk locations, and they contributed effectively for the mapping of the city, indicating the main risk areas. We have 389 risk sectors mapped around the city here. And what I can say is that we do need to implement this adaptation and mitigation agenda, but we know that most of the cities in Brazil and the less developed governments, we have the scarcity of resources many times. It's difficult to structure a project to acquire financing. Sometimes we have a technical team, a small technical team that is not well qualified, but we have tried to seek support to come up with these finance mechanisms to adapt and implement these climate agendas in our states. We already have the elaborated plans, and we are holding discussions in an exchange with the national government, and we are talking to the United Nations and the UN and DRR have been talking to us and bringing other players in order for us to implement these plans for the cities. And I just would like to say here a few challenges that we need to face, but it's important to say that the cities need, in fact, to recognize and value the ecosystem services of the forest as a climate regulation system and a fight against floodings. And we really need to invest in this green infrastructure and the blue and gray ones as well to apply the concept of sponge cities. We have to build the rain gardens and among other constructions that need to make the nature-based solutions can fight all this climate crisis. Belém has been suffering with the heat waves. We are hosting the largest climate event in the world. The COP30 is being held here in the municipality, and people are complaining about the heat because the weather is really hot here. Not only hot, but it's a lot of rain. So the heat here is associated with the intense rains that we have in the region. So we are in the region. So we are living the crisis. There are some studies that by 2050, Belém will be the second hottest city in the world. We have the lowest index of trees in the global south. As a legacy of COP30, we managed to have partners to improve this index. So in the next 2 years, in partnership with the federal and the state governments, we will be able to plant 200,000 trees in the city. And that's going to contribute significantly to improve the urban trees in the city and to bring heat comfort, thermal comfort for the population, because it's worthwhile to make this correlation that the lack of investment in this climate adaptation agenda makes us reach the health of the population. Because many times here in Brazil, there are percentage that are destined to education, health, but we need to think better in terms of percentage for this agenda. Whereas while the government and the mayors cannot invest, the cities will be hotter and hotter and having more and more disasters, and the population is the most severely impacted ones, and the health is under pressure all the time. And we need to see how we can do that. But going back to the Belém data, we are going to plant the 200,000 trees in the next 3 years to improve the microclimate in the city and to combat and to fight this heat wave here. And we also need to fight the floodings, and many pieces of investments are being made in the micro draining systems. And I will go back to the greenhouse gases emissions. We have our inventory, and 50% of the emissions in our city are related to the transportation. And we need to invest also in the sustainable urban mobility. And what Belém has done is to invest now in the bicycle tracks. We have more than 1,033 kilometers invested in the city, and this has to be improved because that already makes the active modes of transportation to make people use the sustainable transportation ones. Electric buses are arriving in the city. We have more than 500 electric buses, and the electric scooters. And this is just to mitigate these emissions because 50% of them are caused by the city transportation. The second largest emission is related to the energy consumption. This is our main challenge because we need to implement the energy transition. And in fact, we need financing and we need resources to make this transition happen. And thirdly, our emissions are related to solid waste. Belém nowadays has more than 200 irregular disposal locations spread all over the city. It is as if they are mini landfills. And this is a challenge because we need to invest. And these solid waste are in the channels, and the channels get flooded, and again, they will be flooded and the houses go to the bottom of these waters. And this is one of the main problems that we have. So investments in the areas of solid waste is important because it is in the third place because of the greenhouse gases emissions. These are investments that needs to be made, and they are in our planning in order for us to find better solutions and technologies that can implement the circular economy, the selective collection. We are structuring the municipal cooperatives, and now we are going to open the first composting plant in partnership with the federal government. The eco points are being installed in the city, and we are investing in the environmental climate education because we do believe that education is the base, is the fundamental part. They need to be at school, and it needs to be in the communities in order to have a cleaner city, and people can mobilize themselves with the biodiversity and with the preservation of nature.
So we were able to train 1,000 students in the municipality, in this in municipal schools. They planted 1,000 trees because it's an initiative for the planet. We were able to get this and promote through sustainability, the subnational models that we are associated to replay, and they search for this partnership to be able that so we can meet this agenda. So these initiatives brings together young people, kids and young people that fight climate changes with daily actions, and we are investing in this. But above all, we really need to implement our local plan of climate actions and risk reduction, because it's a document that show all the actions that the municipality needs to do to face climate emergencies that and we actually need to invest a lot in solutions based on nature. And I have here with Barbara Paiva, my technical assistant that is here. She's a researcher from the Federal University, and she's bringing a lot of projects for the municipality, especially for solutions based on nature. She was able to map five poor neighborhoods in the city so we can implement this action, so we can have the linear parks, we can plant more trees, take urban, so we can take this urban gardens to invest in green roof, gardeners, everything that is connected to this nature-based solutions. It's a city that we still have a lot of challenges. The Amazon region here, it's full of that. We are surrounded by rivers, by islands. So it's a geographical issue. It's also a challenge. We do have islands here that do not have any type of basic sanitation. There is no drinkable water. There's no sewage treatment. It's a city that we are trying to follow the right path, but we do need the support, the international cooperation, because if a lot of things, many things are happening here, is because the federal government is helping the city. We expect to finalize that COP30 that is being done here is the biggest climate discussion, is in fact the implementation copy. So it's not only about dialogues, so the actions happens, and there is no climate justice if we don't have justice, social justice. So if we need to think about people that are suffering, and this is the message that we wanted to leave here today, and say that we do need help, we do need support. I'm very happy to be part of those panels because we are able to exchange experiences, we are able to connect and learn from the other countries. We are living here, copy, and we are learning with the other countries' agenda, so we can implement the best solutions in our cities. So this was my message. I want to thank in the name of the mayor, and we are open if you have any questions. Thank you.
Obrigado, secretária municipal, por esta palestra fascinante.
Thank you, Secretary, for this amazing presentation.
Youth commentator, Daniel Calarco, for some thoughts on these very interesting and connected presentations.
Thank you very much, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daniel Calarco. I'm the head of International Youth Watch, and that's such a pleasure and an honor to be here at FGV, side by side with my fellow panelists, professors, and also Madam Secretary Juliana from Belém. Thank you so much for taking time, Juliana. Among COP30, you have thousands of people visiting your city, and that's very kind of you to make room on your agenda on behalf of the Mayor, Normando. I'll be arriving in COP very, very soon, and I hope to meet you in person and some of our colleagues who are attending the event in Belém. And that's very important for us to address the youth perspective on this dialogue, because when you think about cities, we think about a mosaic of spaces. Rio de Janeiro is a very good example on how the city can be different experience depending on your race, gender, economic access, and also age. One very important data is that according to the Brazil census, we have almost 50 million young people, and between the age of 15 years old to 29. When you think about the populations of favelas, we see that over 60% of them are below 30 years old. It's important for us to understand where youth live and how they experience the city and how they are more or less vulnerable to climate disasters. And the one data that's really relevant is to keep in mind that youth are disproportionately impacted by climate disasters because of our lack to access of resources. So we have less access to money. So our capacity of mobility, of moving, of going to another city or another state or buying a new home is very limited. We also have limitations on the access on the job, on the market job, and also how we can be reallocated during a crisis. So youth is very limited on this kind of access, and then we become vulnerable as our territories. And that's very relevant to keep in mind. And cities are very different when you are a younger person. That's my personal experience. I was a student at FGV, but I grew up in a favela in Rio. So every day I would travel for 2 hours and see the difference and how Rio de Janeiro and other urban metropolis can be different on the south zone, on the rich zones, and the peripheral areas. We lack basic infrastructure. So depending on the rainy day, we would be without access to drinkable water or energy or internet. And that would last for 2 or 3 days. And here, when we have access to infrastructure, a water shortage or energy breakdown would take a few hours to be fixed by the government. So when you think about cities, also it's important to think about infrastructure and the capacity of response. And usually young people, mainly Black youth, are located in areas that are very vulnerable. And that's very relevant to our debate on which city we are talking about. And local governments are now taking a leadership role in this climate negotiation. That was not always the case. Usually, for example, COPs were space for national member states. And now we are seeing the increased engagement of cities and state governments. And that's a very concrete example on how we can bring this climate dialogue to the ground. It's always very important for us to keep in mind that people live in cities, not in global agendas. So in cities is where they experience life and how they can manage it and connect it to global dialogues. So when we talk about COP30, it's also too important what's going to be the impact in our cities, how our city is going to be more resilient to climate disasters when the new disaster happens. As Professor mentioned on the opening remarks, we are tired of seeing, for example, in Brazil, every summer, the summer rains to create a disaster in the hills, for example. And we expected the bad news every year that's going to have a situation in a região serrana, as we say in Portuguese. According to the UNICEF data, over 40 million of children and youth in Brazil are vulnerable to the risk of disasters. Though they live in areas there is a lack of infrastructure, they are more vulnerable to disasters. So we are seeing that pretty much all young people, or a huge part of young people, are very vulnerable in this debate. So in urban and climate policies, youth are disproportionately impacted, but usually also left behind. And that's our recommendation that the C40 made in the engagement policy book that recommends strongly that cities and state governments create a mechanism of youth participation in the format of a youth council, or also in other plenaries, a space that the youth can really participate in urban planning and also in the policy decision making. And that's really relevant. It's important to have a legal mandate where young people can be heard and can be also properly engaged as a stakeholder in this process. It's also important to keep in mind that we need to lead and to increase the youth capacity. And that's one of the programs that we do here at Rio de Janeiro City Hall in partnership with my organization, that's International Youth What. We have the youth climate negotiators who provide training on adaptation, mitigation, and restorations to young people from favelas. We have trained 150 young leaders and supported over 35 of them to go to COPs as part of the mayor delegation. We send young leaders to Dubai, Azerbaijan, and now we are sending to Belém, to making sure that these youth perspectives from the ground are also heard in the global stage. And that's only happening because of financing. We are able to get funded by the FGV and other partners in the City Hall in order to make sure that young people from favelas would be able to engage in the global dialogue and bring to the table their perspectives. A very concrete case is one of our young leaders called Tainara, that she was a recycler here in a favela, and then she went to Dubai to talk about recycling and bring to the table her perspectives from Jacarezinho. That's a very, very challenged favela here in Rio. Another possibility also when we think about youth and urban climate action is to think about green jobs and skills. According to C40 data on the report on Rio de Janeiro, we could create over 200,000 green jobs in Rio if you do investments in that direction. And 80% of those jobs would not even require a higher education. It would be accessible to young leaders who has only high schools. Jobs mainly on the energy, urban habitation, and also waste management and transportation. That's really important for us to think in a city that provides real opportunities to young people, and mainly to young people from different areas and backgrounds. Also, at last but not least, it's really important to understand that the United Nations has recognized the youth role in risk of disaster on the Sendai framework. It was recognized on the Sendai framework that youth must be included in all the decision process of risk of disaster and the prevention and the response. Youth, they need to be involved in the early warning system, the risk mapping, the climate communication, and also in the Build Back Better initiatives. We also need to understand that in order to do so, we need to increase not only the access, but also the funding and reducing participation and engagement costs. That's really important to keep in mind that the future of sustainable cities will be written by those who live in the cities, who breathe in the cities, who eat in the cities, and dare to reimagine them. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, that is an excellent way to conclude our panel. I think it's so important to understand that we had, first of all, we had a specialist in disaster law who was able to translate his experience to various cities and just work where disaster is. Then we have a discussion of a specific city and the challenges that it faces from climate change and the unique challenges that that city faces. And then we end with the perspective of how climate change and the disasters that it causes affect regions within cities, how different communities are impacted so differently depending on what type of community it is and where it's located. This has been an outstanding panel, and it's been my privilege to be a part of it. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. So now we're going to our fourth panel, Indigenous People and Traditional Communities Addressing the Climate Crisis. The moderator will be Professor Isabel Veloso, here from FGV Rio Law. We're going to have as speakers Ken Ehrman from Columbia Indian Energy. We're going to have Ibrahim Rocha from State Attorney of Pará, and Werner Grau Neto from Pinheiro Neto Advogados, and as a youth commentator, Kimberly Silva from Organização Palmares Lab. I wish you a good panel.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this event, especially Emmanuel Paraíso from FGV Rio Law, for his dedication and for making this important dialogue possible. Thank you also to everyone joining us today, and especially thanks to the previously panel. We now turn to our next discussion, indigenous people defending their rights as a climate issue. My name is Isabel Veloso. I'm professor of FGV Rio Law, and I'm also academic coordinator of NIAT, the Center of Advanced Studies in Energy Transition. And it's a privilege for me to be here right now. And we have some panelists that will speak in Portuguese. So because that I will change now and speak in Portuguese with them, but we have the transitions now. And first, to present our panel, we have Ken Ehrman. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Columbia Indian Energy. We have Sir Werner Grau. He is a partner at Pinheiro Neto Advogados. And we have Kimberly Silva, who is Director of Palmares Lab.
Tribe located about an hour north of Sacramento, California. I've been a staff guy for this little tribe for a little over 20 years. And long story short of that job is that I showed up in 2004 to help the tribe build their own power plant because they were averaging over 50 power outages per year from the utility company. And so we have operated this entire reservation voluntarily off grid for 2 decades with no power outages in over 13 years. And then we also formed this for-profit enterprise to help any and all other tribes explore the opportunities of tribal energy sovereignty. Aside from that, I'm also the vice chairman of a nonprofit called Tribal Energy Solutions. This nonprofit is set up strictly to address the lack of electrification in Indian country in the United States. So there's, of all the country, 1.4% of Americans have no access to power. But in Native America, that number is 14%, 10 times the national average. And so our mission for Tribal Energy Solutions is to bring electrification to the indigenous peoples across the United States that don't have it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. The second speaker is from Brazil, and I will change to Portuguese right now. And now I will pass the now is Werner Grau. He's a partner at Pinheiro Neto Advogados. You have 12 minutes to your first speak, then we return.
Hello, everyone. I'll start in English and then turn to Portuguese, and I start talking about what I intend to bring to you this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to especially thank my friend, and he's just not here at this time. You see, Professor, whenever I say something good about Romulo, he's not there to hear. So I want to especially thank my friend Romulo Sampaio for inviting me to be here with you today. It is a pleasure and it is an honor to be back to this house here. I used to be a professor here a long time ago, and as I usually say, once a professor at FGV, you're always and forever a professor at FGV, because this is something we say with pride. This is not something common. My contribution here today will be focused on the indigenous people and how the climate change and the rules that are created to face climate change and prevent the horrendous effects that we are starting to face already, how the indigenous people can help with that, and how we must look at them considering especially the forests. So especially in countries like Brazil and Congo, those countries in which we do have the addition of indigenous, traditional people and forests still there. What is their role in protecting those forests, and what is our role in making sure that the mechanisms and the instruments to do so are created and developed the right way. And here I turn to Portuguese just to make my speech faster. O que eu quero trazer aqui é
What I want to bring here is something that I have discussed a lot. And it always comes up in the discussion about the climate issue. Romulo was saying not so long ago, I was saying that every time I say good things about you, you're not present. But thank you again for the invitation and the invitation to participate here. The indigenous peoples that we are going to bring here as the central point, but not only the indigenous peoples, the guardians of the forest as a whole. Not only the indigenous peoples, but the riverside communities and everyone who lives from the forest and at the forest, they have a fundamental role. When we look at the history of Brazil, and we see that in the 70s, we had a government guide that took many people from the south of the country to our Amazon forest and the Pantanal biomes. That was the model to integrate, not to deliver. Professor Cassuto might know that that was a model of the government at the time, because there was a notion that we don't have anymore to occupy these spaces, so they cannot be occupied by third parties. And a country that emerges and grows, receiving French people in Pernambuco and Portuguese and all types of the Dutch people who came here, and a country that was colonized and saw their areas being occupied by non-originary people as a way of domination, as a form to obtain the rights on that land, starts to have this notion in mind. And that was very common at the time. And our capital, Brasilia, is where it is now as a measure to occupy a central area in the country, far from the coast. It's more protected from occasional attacks. That doesn't exist anymore in the era of AI and drones. But the fact is that for a long time, the public policies encouraged the invasion of the forest territory in Brazil, not only in the Amazon, especially in the Amazon and the Pantanal, but not only that. And we have 6 biomes, each one of their own importance. Now I'm working on an issue of the remainings of the Guarani indigenous peoples in the city of Rio, in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And it is amazing the volume of small groups that these people still have there, with their own culture, with their own ancestry. And we have to make sure we preserve that. And looking at the indigenous peoples that are in the forest and looking at the climate change, we have two inseparable variables. The one is their right on the use of the forest that the Constitution guarantees. I don't need to find a law. It's the Article 231 of the Constitution, the original peoples and the lands that they enjoy. The forest is there. And on the other hand, the importance of maintenance, of maintaining and restoring the forest as an element of connection between not increasing the greenhouse gas emissions, maintaining the standing forest. This is how we started in the 2005, the coalition of rainforests in the Montreal COP. We are dealing with a concept that we call standing forest. And then it is brought to an economic logics, and it becomes what we call now the REDD+. And the restoration as a way to absorb carbon and to generate positive effect in the fight against climate change. The indigenous peoples and traditional peoples are in there, and they cannot starve. We will have a talk here about this example of Colusa that is exceptional. These logics we have to apply here. How do we bring indigenous peoples and the guardians of the forest as a whole, not only the indigenous peoples, to a condition of beneficiary of the economic instruments and the instruments that we are creating to preserve and reforest and restore the forest? And it's really simple. In terms of viability, the REDD+ projects in the indigenous lands, there is one aspect that is the integration, and the other one that is it's the intervention. I will start by the intervention, that we have to be careful. The traditional and indigenous peoples, they have the rights of a social model and an organization model, and we cannot lose that. The intervention is in every project, as beneficial as it is for the indigenous people, that brings a threat to them. And this is the point of attention. For that, we have the 169 Convention of ILO. Brazil is one of the few signatories that ratify it, and this is important to say. It's important to highlight that the discussion of human rights in Brazil depends on Convention 169 that some some countries don't have because they didn't ratify the convention, and they didn't ratify the convention because this conflict is not simple to deal with. There is a huge cost of opportunity. And the rights of the traditional peoples needs to be maintained through its own mechanisms of consultation, free and informed consent.
That is not the logic of the ordinance that regulates and generates an impact to the lands and territories and traditional communities. I think about I get a distinction between indigenous and quilombolas, the originary people and the ones that were brought here by force with the other traditionals. So we have this, the original people from here, the quilombola. We have about how they became quilombolas, that it's the fight for freedom. And then we have the traditional communities itself. By the comment that I have here, it's the whole. So when I want to interfere in the forest, or when I want to get the impact that would generate in the forest or the people that lives in the forest, I need to have a concern with maintenance of the political, social, cultural aspects. I invite you to read the book A Queda do Céu, from Davi Kopenawa. Davi Kopenawa, for those who want to understand, look for me at Social Network, and I can send you the part that is going to explain how the Yanomami creates and identified a space, a sacred land. This is, it's so deep and so it's so culturally deep that us that live here in this space, that it's out there, that we are trying to find this comfort and facilities the whole time. I like when we tell the story of the when we're going to when I was young, I loved to go to the bakery store with my grandfather and the bakery. And today I have to beg my son to go to the bakery. And we need to preserve our traditions and our culture. But when I'm talking about to interfere through these economic activities, it's one thing. And the other thing is when they go back to this connection and the central instrument with forest conservation in Brazil, what we are talking about, the indigenous people interest, that is the PNGAT, the legislation PNGAT. I had the privilege to be a member and president for some time of Nature Conservancies in Brazil, and I had the privilege to be part of the PNGAT idea. PNGAT is a national policy that was created to say, if you want to interfere in indigenous lands in a positive way, or if you want to take any element, any benefit, you have to be sure that you have this management, and you need to understand how this should be done. And here we have this connection point that I see, and we try to solve in our carbon market legislation. It's Article 47, 48, and 49. But when I bring a project, don't need to be carbon, with the objective is to preserve the forest, I understand what it's said in the Article 1 to 3 on the Constitution, that is to guarantee the indigenous people the land they occupy. That needs to be, I cannot get the land and say, I'm going to put an indigenous community here. They would think that, but they wouldn't want. Our logic is not the same as theirs. I have a connection point with Professor Cassuto that helps me understand this. When we look at the dogs and cats and the animals and our passion for the animals, at my house we have my own logic that who tell like the owners of the house are Mina and Ptolomeo, my dog and my cat. And today we see this in social network. The human being wants to go through this, the other's space, and we need to talk this. We need to try understanding that Constitution, when we are talking about human being, Constitution bring this understanding that the indigenous people, they have their own rights. That indigenous that I wanted to bring to Catholic Church, that I consider that he was not human, in the Civil Code in 1916 that was done by Clovis Bevilacqua in Article 6, the text would say, it used to say that we cannot, they are not liable, that we know as Article number 6. And they said, why Article number 6? They say, because it's not a civil. So they were considered mad. So all type of discrimination is going to affect these originary rights. So when we interact with the indigenous people, we need to understand. We need to understand the legislation. We need to understand the civil codes. We need to understand and separate this intervention and maintenance activities. And this is what we have with climate, carbon, or any forest preservation adapted to their cultural way and space of the originary people or the traditional community. And this is going to be welcome because it's going to generate an advance. And this is where I criticize the Brazilian system that said that what it should be defined. FUNAI needs to oversee and participate of the entire process to implement a carbon project. This is how indigenous people will demand. And we also say how we are going to fiscalize this, that the public ministries should fiscalize. The public ministry is not supposed to be fiscalizing anything, is not supposed to be monitoring, because they already have a lot to do and they need to enforce the law. So the public ministry should not be part of the projects. He will be an outsider. So the legislation gave the public ministry an attribution that is not supposed to be given to them. So indigenous people in Brazil today, many of them already organize themselves. And I like to talk about the Guarani National Commission. They had an impeccable organization. They are dealing with their own rights defense, and we need to look where FUNAI has there's a specific role and where FUNAI is going to be only the spectator. The fact is that the climate changes, the central mode, what we are talking about, the forests, talks specifically in a positive way on what the indigenous people are searching, that is the conservation of their own lands. I'm talking about the space where they have their own activities. So we should, in this country, we have to, in this country, we bring we need to show the indigenous people something that is going to be, going to show the whole world what is going to be beneficial for everyone, that is to preserve the forest as an element that is going to prevent the emissions, or is going to absorb this, and it's going to restore the forest. This is only the first step. The carbon market should be seen with a different look. I tell my students that the HEAD Plus project, it's a popular car, because a top-side car is going to include the perception and the economical valuation of what it means. And I'm going to bring an example that is from 2005. The first HEAD Plus project that we had in the world, that is Juma project, that was funded by the World Bank in a conservation unit on the state of the Amazon. When we are building Juma, we have 60,000 hectares of a reserve, and When we are building this Juma project, the technicians identified they were able to identify an eagle that was almost under extinction. So what is the economical value that you give to that? So we are able to get this project in a presentation, and we search for an American company that's called American Eagle. And we told to the marketing team from American Eagle, the cousin of this bird, of this eagle that he used as a logo needs help. And we want you to get an action. Every ticket, flight ticket that you sell, they can pay $1 more so they can help to preserve the sustainable development, this developing reserve that is the Juma project. So with time, we have enough money to fiscalize and be able to solve this. So how much is this worth? Each ton of carbon that it's not issue or that it's avoid, or that we try to get with the forest restoration is going to benefit the humanity as a whole. It's a global benefit. It doesn't matter where this project is happening. The whole world will benefit. But when I guarantee the maintenance of that specific point that I'm guaranteeing value that is going to be an environmental service, the impact is local and not global. So this economical interest is going to be divided. That's why we said in 92, this convention of climate changes in the biological university. One was global and another one was local. So in my point of view, indigenous people will have this knowledge, and it's going to empower us. So this debate about forest goes beyond carbon and also talks about the well-being of the communities and the people that live, to consider the value of all the other elements that are good for humanity. Because in one of those elements, we're able to find the cancer cure. And I finalized giving an example of this. I was there at Juma, Apuí, next to Juma project, and I came back to São Paulo. When I got to São Paulo 3 days after, I had something in my arm and start getting purple and dark, and it was hurting and it was scratching. And I went to the doctor. This doctor sent me to go to a specific dermatologist that was an expert in the Amazon region. And he asked me, were you at Apuí? And I said, yes. So it's Potó. And I said, what is Potó? And they say Potó Potó is a mosquito that it's smaller than, it's like very small, and when it bites you, it's going to generate in your skin first necrosis, and then it's going to go through this gangrene. And if you haven't been here, you have to amputate your arm. And when I went back to the region, I asked for a leader of the community where we were dealing, that is named Carcaju. And I said, Carcaju, what's the problem here? Why we don't have, because I don't see people amputating their arms here. So you can have pachoba leaf. Pachoba is a palm tree. So you get pachoba leaf, you cut, and you get a tea and a drink. And the other half, you pass in your arm like a cream, and you pass in the region. 2 hours later, you're okay. And I learned how important it was to have this traditional knowledge. We need to foster that, and we need to take care of that. And the climate change, it's the example for us to get this for everybody. And we should consider this. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity of being here with people that I admired. And once again, I'd like to thank one of those people, that is Rômulo Sampaio, that brought me here, and I'm proud to be part of. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, excelente fala, muito inspiradora.
Thank you, excellent presentation, very inspiring.
I will come back to Amen, with two questions. The first is, what is still missing for real partnership between governments and indigenous peoples? And the second is, what practical steps can institutions take to make climate actions more inclusive? And you have 12 minutes to talk about these and other points.
Yeah, I won't need 12 minutes for those questions because the answer to both questions is money, right? It's always money. The understanding among the indigenous peoples in the United States, anyway, that I'm familiar with, of how to protect biodiversity, how to manage the forests, how to migrate away from harsh weather patterns, and that has long existed for thousands of years. And in the last few hundred years, all of that knowledge has been intentionally stifled and forgotten, right? And so the federal government, especially in the United States, it has an obligation to assist tribes with the adaptation of climate change that's happening. Well, first, the administration has an obligation, I believe, to acknowledge that climate change is real, number one. So in recent years, we've taken significant steps backwards in the United States. I'm sure everybody here is very well aware of that, and the fact that the pendulum swings so dramatically from one end to the other, right? So if you contrast the differences between the Biden administration and Trump's second administration, for instance, as far as approach to the existence of climate change, I guess, first of all, just at a very fundamental level, all the way to funding opportunities for indigenous tribes to be able to plan for climate adaptation, let alone actually implement these plans. So is dramatically different. So under the Biden administration, there was the Inflation Reduction Act that provided billions of dollars to communities in need of infrastructure upgrades, and in some cases, actually to relocate entire tribal communities in the United States in order to flee the consequences of climate change, whether it's shore erosion or year-round wildfire seasons or extreme heat or other weather. And all of that money under the current administration is gone, right? The Inflation Reduction Act was bludgeoned to death by this Congress shortly after they took control. And so, according to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, there's about $5 billion needed over the next 50 years in order to help the native tribes in the United States relocate. That's just relocation, right? And so our focus as Calusa Indian Energy, as a for-profit entity, where 100% of the profits that we generate come back into the small native community that we all serve. And then also, we share the same mission with Tribal Energy Solutions, the nonprofit, which is, our very narrow expertise here is in electricity generation and distribution, tribal utility authority formation assistance. It's all about energy, right? And but you can't operate in the energy space, especially in Indian country, without being especially aware of the effects of climate change. But it's not just the effects today. Really, I guess what I'm trying to say is the effects of climate change today are amplified in Indian country because of past policies that put a majority of the tribes in already undesirable geographical locations. Undesirable meaning, not great weather or not great land. And so tribes are already put on reservations or rancherias where the land is especially arid, or they're put on lands that are especially swampy, or especially low-lying, or especially remote. And those remote areas are, typically being impacted first by the climate disasters, wildfires, especially in California. So tribes are already at a disadvantage in this country as far as trying to combat or plan how to adapt to climate change, which is not uncommon in Native history here in this country. The tribes are always impacted first, right? And that extends to electrification, right? Like what I said earlier. So today, in the richest, most powerful country on earth, we have 1.4% of all of our citizens that have no access to electricity, which is insane enough. But in Native America, that number is 14%, 10 times the national average. On the Navajo Nation alone, there are 13,500 plus families that have never had access to electricity in America in 2025. It just blows my mind. And most people aren't aware of this, right? So parts of the Navajo Nation look very similar to, very underdeveloped countries elsewhere in the world. And so our focus immediately is on bringing electricity, but how do we do that in a way that is ecologically responsible and, most importantly, in line with the values and cultures and traditions of the tribes that we're engaged with? So collectively among the, Calusa Indian Energy and Tribal Energy Solutions, we have some level of energy development engagement with over 60 different tribes across this country. So in the United States, there are 574 federally recognized tribes. We're working today with over 60 of them. Now, the vast majority of them don't have electrification problems where they don't have access to electricity, but really, it's not just about access, it's about reliability. So the outage rate in Native America is 6.5 times higher than it is for everyone else. It's about affordability. Tribes, on average, pay nearly 50% more for poorer quality power than everyone else. It's about tribal member workforce development. I've been on reservations where the unemployment rate is over 50%. These jobs already exist on these reservations, but they're in the hands of non-tribal members and service oftentimes of private shareholders, Wall Street. And so our mission is to train tribal members on reservations to take these utility jobs in service of their own communities. And really the fourth piece of what we look at is economic development, right? So how can tribes utilize these new utility backbones that we help them develop in a way that will allow them to diversify, and sometimes away from gaming, which is big business in Indian country in the United States. But that's not representative of the whole of Indian country, right? So oftentimes people see these big casinos off of major freeways and near metro areas and assume that the tribes in the United States are all doing very well. It couldn't be further from the truth. So less than 5% of all tribes account for more than 50% of all gaming revenues in this country, right? So the disparity continues, and gaming has a way of pitting tribes against one another, fighting for market space, and whereas energy development has a way of bringing tribes together. And if you envelop all of that under an approach that is not exploitative, like it typically has been in the past, or extractive, like it almost always has been in the past in Indian country, then I think we have the opportunity to do a lot of good, not just in providing electricity, not just in providing reliable or affordable electricity, or helping tribes understand what they have the capability of doing on their own sovereign lands, but doing it in a way that is cleaner and going to be more resilient against the impacts of climate change in the future. So it's a very broad, complex, kind of intertwined relationship that we're talking about. And I'm really pleased that I was asked to address this conference because it's an important topic. It's my entire life's work, is energizing Indian country in the United States. And but at the same time, if you ignore the fact of climate change, or you don't invest in at least adaptation plans and implementation, and then you're missing a huge piece of the puzzle here. So the big utility companies already underserve tribes in the United States. They're not going to do a better job as the infrastructure continues to break down because of the impacts of climate change, right? They're not making their money in these rural, remote, indigenous communities. That's why the outage rate is so significantly high. They're not coming to the rescue. The big investor-owned utilities, the federal government today certainly is, not coming to the rescue. Maybe in a couple of years it'll rebound back, but our mission, our goal is to meet the tribes directly where they're at and offer them all the options as we see them, with or without the federal government, and with or without cooperation or assistance from the investor-owned utility companies. That tribes today hold a lot of leverage and a lot of the keys to their own long-term tribal energy sovereignty goals. It's just a matter of understanding how to get there. And yeah, again, it's not just energy sovereignty that we're worried about. We're worried about long-term master utility planning, so that if tribes have to relocate, worst case scenario, how does that look? Where does that money come from? How do we maintain energy sovereignty if an entire tribe is being asked to pick up and move to different lands again? So yeah, I think that addresses most of what I wanted to really talk about here. I'm looking forward to hopefully having some type of Q&A session where I can kind of dig deeper into specific projects. But going back to your original questions, yeah, it comes down to money, and the states and the nonprofits in the United States have really stepped up to try to fill that gap from the federal government, but it's not going to be enough. And so there are other tools and more creative solutions that we're helping tribes develop, to invest in their own energy sovereignty and ultimately climate change adaptation plans.
Thank you very much. It was wonderful. Now we will come back to Belém do Pará, and it's an honor to receive João Daniel Macedo Sá. He holds a PhD in law and is an associate professor in the Federal University of Pará. And he is also a lawyer here in Silveira Atias Advogados. So, please.
Thank you very much. I was discussing with the guys if it should be better to do it in Portuguese or in English. So I will try in English, maybe, to follow the time. And if I have problems, I will change to Portuguese, just to make clear what I'm trying to say. So we can speak in behalf of different institutions. So today I'm going to talk on behalf of Federal University of Pará, because I'm also I am a lawyer in this firm. So it's a pleasure to have you with us in our place and working together. I would like to say at first, thank you for FGV and PACE for this invitation to participate in this conference. It's a great honor to speak on behalf of the post-graduation program of the Federal University. We are located in the heart of Amazon, and we are doing research on environmental law since 2000. We have a program that has more than 20 years of existence, a post-graduation program. So as a student, I had the chance to go to PACE, and as a lawyer, I had the chance to work with environmental law, and as a professor, I have the chance to work teaching students undergraduate students and postgraduate students about issues related to the themes we are discussing now in COP. I would like to address two basic questions related to the panel. I will try to speak a little bit about our challenges for climate policies in the Brazilian Amazon. That's the most important thing for me, being a local lawyer, to give some perspective for you. So the first thing is the issue related to land. We are hosting COP30 in Belém. That's not symbolic, it's also transformative. It places the Amazon at the center of global climate governance, shifting attention from abstract negotiations to territories where climate change is lived daily. The Brazilian Amazon represents more than half of the nation's territory, and its legal regulation involves a complex mosaic of property regimes, environmental norms, and overlapping jurisdictions. The challenge is clear, is to align environmental protection, social justice, and economic viability under a current regulatory framework. I have a speech, so I'm trying to follow this. My friends from philosophy, they do this always, so I think I can go in this side to make it clear in the time. So speaking in relation to land governance, I would say that any effective climate policy in the Amazon begins with one essential question: who owns the land? That's a big issue for us. Without clear definition of ownership and tenure, we cannot determine who is the beneficiary of restoration, of conservation, or carbon projects truly. So our friends were talking about money. That's a big issue, and that is the problem and maybe the solution. If you are going to pay something for someone, we have to know for what we are going to pay, and who is the owner of the land, maybe, to be entitled to receive this benefit. So I'm speaking in this case in relation to the property land, to the public land, and to the people who lives here. I'm talking about indigenous peoples. I'm talking about, that's difficult to translate, maybe our friends can help, ribeirinhos, people who live on the river, and I'm talking about our community that's here in our place. Recently, the issue of land tenure has returned to the global climate agenda. At COP30, land tenure pledge reaffirmed the commitment of governments and institutions to secure 80 million hectares of territorial rights for indigenous people, Afro-descendant communities, and local populations by 2030. This initiative reflects a crucial insight. Land rights are climate rights. Legal recognition of territories is not just a matter of social justice. It's a precondition for credible and inclusive environmental governance. However, in Brazil, titling and demarcation process remains low, politically contested, and administratively fragile. While the judiciary and control agencies play an increasingly active role, the true effectiveness of this kind of issue depends on the coordination between federal and state governments and the participation of communities themselves. That's a big issue. In the program, and the UFPA program, we try to work with this kind of process, getting the perspective of the community that wants to be heard in the process. To finish my speech, I would like to address something that is on the agenda, that's climate finance and the new global framework. Legal certainty is not only the one side of the equation. The other is finance, how to mobilize, regulate, and monitor the enormous flows of climate funding that the Amazon urgently needs. In recent days, we have witnessed relevant announcements. I will just give one that you might know. It's the launch of the Tropical Forest Forever facility, with an initial multi-billion-dollar investment to preserve tropical forests worldwide, including the Amazon. So this is really good, but we still doesn't know how much are we gonna receive, how much each country is gonna donate for this kind of announcement. These initiatives marks a turning point in international climate negotiation, I hope. They recognize, if I'm correct, that without large-scale and predictable funding, developing countries as Brazil, especially those hosting the planet's major biomes, cannot deliver their mitigation and adaptation goals. For Brazil and the Amazon region, the challenge lies in transforming these announcements into legally sound, transparent, and equitable instruments. Contracts that ensure accountability, benefit sharing mechanisms that reach local communities, and national regulations that harmonize public and private financing. To finish, I would say that the revision of nationally determined contributions is part of this process. Brazil has already submitted updated targets, but ambition must be accompanied by credibility, and that credibility will be tested here in the Amazon, where environmental and social realities meet. So my final words would be that on behalf of the graduate program, the post-graduation program in law at UFPA, we would like to invite you all, the lawyers, the researchers, and the policymakers to keep this dialogue open beyond COP30, to translate commitments into real change, and to make the Amazon not only a symbol, but a model of climate governance for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all panelists for sharing such thoughtful. And on behalf to our event, a mandate for all, thank you the speakers, thank you the inter-organization team, and everyone to join us here in Belém and in Rio, in New York, and online. And now to finish, I will invite the Professor Michael Hamsky. He is an executive director of the PACE Energy and Climate Center to take the floor. Thank you.
We have a rare event in Belém that we're actually getting started early, let alone on time. I'm also not used to this, so. Yeah, me too. You as well, you as well. Congrats on the Dodgers. Yeah, felicidades. When you pay that much more money, it's not so amazing. It's amazing it went to 7 games. Of course I saw. So for those who are not aware, Gustavo, for all the good work he has done, has one really repugnant quality about him in that he's an avid fan of the Los Angeles Dodgers, who have recently won the baseball World Series in America. I'm a Yankee fan. We used to be the bad guys, but now it's the Dodgers. So congratulations to Gustavo on his team's really, really sad victory and championship. We are waiting on one more in-person panelist who I think is running a little late, so we'll get started early, but I'm also expecting a Zoom participant, youth commentator. But I suppose we can start with introductions in the meantime, or perhaps not. You good? So I am back. For those of you who are here this morning, I am still Michael Hemersky, the executive director of the PACE Energy and Climate Center. I also teach natural resources law at Elisabeth Haub School of Law at PACE. I am joined today on stage by Dr. Gustavo Alanis Ortega. Mr. Alanis Ortega received his law degree from the Universidad Iberico Americano in Mexico City, where he now teaches the environmental law course in the law school. He is also co-director of the university's postgraduate diploma program in environmental law and policy. Mr. Alanis holds a master's degree in international law from the Washington College of Law, American University in Washington, D.C. And since August 1993, he has been the president of the Centro Mexico de Derecho Ambiental, a public interest environmental law firm based in Mexico City. Mr. Alanis is also active as a columnist for Reforma, one of Mexico's most widely read and influential newspapers. He is a member of the 7th cohort of the Leadership on Environmental and Developmental Program and serves on the boards of directors of Appleseed Mexico and the Inter-American Association for Environmental Defense. He is also a member of the Environmental Law Alliance Worldwide, the Climate Change Advisory Committee Mexico, and the Environmental Law Advisory Group at the Department of Sustainable Development of the Organization of
Recording in progress.
Today's panel is called Networking to Magnify Effectiveness. And since we're 1:30 New York time, I'm confident that many of my students are awake and watching this now. And when I told them that I was moderating a panel on networking, I can see sort of people rolling their eyes, sighing, because I think networking has taken on sort of a nasty term, not nasty, not the word, but it's taken on a connotation of like corporate meaninglessness, right? Going to some awkward happy hour with bad food and cheap wine, where you promote yourself, you're asking someone for money, you're asking someone for a job, and yeah, that is a kind of networking, but it is not the only kind of networking, right? Networking is a means of interacting, to engage in real human contact with both sort of like-minded and different-minded individuals with the goal of magnifying your message, right? Whether that be to amplify an existing message, whether that be to develop partnerships towards a common goal, whether that be to supplement your own expertise, your own passions with other people who can help you advance your goals and your passions with their sort of complementary set of similar expertise and passion. So I want those listening to sort of disabuse yourself of networking as the term we think of it as sort of happy hours in New York City, and I think a good way to start with that is I'm going to ask Gustavo about networking as public participation, right? We often consider networking as a volunteer process where we are sort of the citizens, the actors are proactively seeking out others to exchange information, to amplify a message, to form a partnership. But networking, whether or not we call it that or not, is oftentimes required as part of a legal process, right? So can you sort of speak to the role of networking or public participation as it exists in certain legal instruments?
It's working now. Can you hear me well? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mike, for the introduction. Thanks for the invitation to PACE. Always fantastic to be partners with you guys and with Professor Robinson, who is in New York, White Plains. But we send him our best regards as always. And there's so much to say, Michael, about this topic that you please stop me when you think I need to stop, because I have a lot of things to comment to you. And the first thing that I would like to say is that if you get to see for example, Mexico's environmental law, and you get to see international agreements related to environmental matters, it is full of spaces for public participation, no? Fortunately, no? I think the big problem that we have today is that people out there have no idea.
Right.
There's no knowledge about how people, legally speaking, how they can get involved in the decision-making process with respect to environmental matters. So I think that's a big problem that we have, because society, interested individuals, many NGOs, sometimes they don't know which are the legal avenues that they can use in order to get involved and participate with the government in the decision-making process. Okay, let me just give you some examples. Article 1 of Mexico's environmental law, which is the one that refers to the objective of the law, it says that there has to be a guarantee for a co-responsible public participation between society and the government. Then when you have Article 15 that talks about which is Mexico's environmental policy, no? Which, not policy, yes, Mexico's environmental policy, no? It is stated that there has to be coordination with society, no? Government and society. And it also says that the main or the key subject of the ecological consultation is the individual, the NGOs, civil society. And also they refer to the important role that women play in environmental matters. Then when you go to Article 18 related to environmental planning, it is stated that the federal government has to promote public participation in the development of laws, policies, etc. So that's one thing to say. Then when you talk about ecological zoning, it says that the Minister of the Environment has the obligation to promote public participation in the establishment of ecological zoning. There are two for federal and there are regional and there are local. And we have a public participation space when we talk about then, can you hear me better? Yeah. Sorry. Then when we talk about environmental impact assessment, there are two possibilities for public participation. One is to have a public consultation, and the other one is to have a public meeting where people can come and say if they agree or not with the project and give comments, observations, etc. So I have many examples, many, which I don't want to bore you, but it's full, no, full of examples, no. So I just want to refer to last one example, which is Article 189 of the law, 189 of Mexico's federal environmental law, that grants us the possibility of bringing legal action. It's called denuncia popular, which is a popular complaint before the Office of the Attorney General for Environmental Protection. And you can bring claims in two ways. One is related to somebody that is violating the law, a regulation, a technical norm, etc. The other thing that you can denounce is that somebody is harming the environment, is causing pollution, is causing any environmental imbalance, etc. So I wanted to give you this because probably here in Brazil and in other countries, they also have these possibilities, no, in their legal regimes. But as I said before, probably a lot of people out there are not aware on how they can use these avenues and where they have to go. Then, Michael, if we go to the international arena, we also have these kind of spaces. No? It is not a surprise that, for example, in the forest principles of Rio, even though it is soft law, no? But it is stated that governments must promote the participation of all interested parties, no? Including local communities, indigenous populations, industry, etc. No? Then, if you talk about the same forest principles, the principle 5, it states that there should be active participation of women. No? So as you can read from what I already said, it's not only a matter of national, but also at the international level to give somehow a priority, no, on the role of women with respect to environmental protection and conservation. Then if you go to Rio, the Rio Declaration, Principle 10, it talks about 3 important things that probably many of you already know, but it's access to environmental justice, access to environmental information, and the possibility of the population to get involved in the decision-making process, no? To participate with the government in decisions that they take. No? Then you have the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which state that all the parties must promote and support the cooperation with education, training, sensibilization of the public with respect to climate change, and stimulate the most ample participation as possible. So that's the Climate Change Convention. Then we have the principle 4 of the Stockholm Declaration, which it refers about the role that we all have, no? Because it says humans have the responsibility to preserve and manage properly the environmental patrimony. No? And finally, I will give you another example, which is Principle 19 of the Stockholm Declaration, which talks about education and education that has to be pointed out to the new generations, the young ones, and also the elderly or the old ones, no? In order to have everybody conscious about what's happening out there, and for the population to get involved in the resolution of environmental. So what I wanted to say with this introduction, because you say I have no limit, right?
There's no limit. There's no limit. Particularly now that we're down in town.
What I wanted to say with this introduction, as you can see, as I say in the beginning, it's full of spaces out there for us to really get involved in the solution of environmental problems, but not only to do strikes or to do complaints or to take the streets or to make protests, no? But also to legally speaking get involved, because the spaces are there. No? So it's really easy to see this is the article and it says this, and because of this I want to get involved in the solution of this environmental problem. So I would like to say that when you talk, Michael, about networking in the legal decision process, I think it is important that there's collaboration among those of us that are out there trying to use the law or these spaces to resolve some environmental problems. No, so for example, I didn't mention another very important space, which is in the NAFTA, or what it is called the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement. No, in this mechanism, there's a space in Chapter 24 of Mexico-U.S. Now the agreement, the commercial agreement. It is stated that citizens can bring complaints. They call them petitions, but I think that's a very polite word. But it's a complaint because you have the chance to accuse Mexico, US, or Canada. They are not doing an effective job in the enforcement of environmental laws and regulations.
I find it shocking that the United States would not be doing this.
So this mechanism was in place since the beginning of the NAFTA, in the middle of the 90s. No? And then when there was a renegotiation, they took this petition mechanism from the side agreement and they put it in the main in the main agreement which is Chapter 24, which talks about environment. So, for example, in our case, we were able to bring the first case against Mexico in 1996. And we accused Mexico before the NAFTA Environmental Commission because they approved the construction of a pier in the island of Cozumel, very close to Cancun, without a proper environmental impact assessment. No? It was us, the local committee in Cozumel for the protection of natural resources, el Comité para la Protección de los Recursos Naturales, and a group called El Grupo de los 100, the 100 group, no? Which was composed by artists and poets. We received a lot of support from them. No? So we were able to bring this complaint, and the main factor here, or the main thing here, is that you have to make governments accountable for not doing their job properly. No, but of course, a lot of people are not aware of the existence of a mechanism like this. No, but it is important because it is important to use these mechanisms for public participation for many reasons, or for two reasons mainly. When we use this mechanism under the NAFTA side agreement, we learn some things and we got a lot of things from the factual records. For example, we learn many things about the process, as I said. For example, that there's no time limit for the Secretariat to go from 14.1 to 14.2. They could take the time that they wanted to take. Or we learn that there was a conflict of interest for the governments because at one point they are accused of not enforcing properly environmental laws. But at the same time, they have a conflict because they vote to see if the investigation is going to take place. Sure. So there's a conflict of interest for them. No? Also, we learned that the parties were able to make comments about the draft of a factual record, and the petitioners were not able to do it. No? So those are some of the lessons. Also, we learn in the NAFTA complaint mechanism for public participation that if it was decided that they were not going to ask for a response from the party, let's say that Mexico is accused and then the secretariat has to ask them and say, what do you think about this? No? So if they decide not to ask for a response from the party, there is no legal avenue to challenge that decision. No? So we learn a lot of things from using the mechanism, but we also got a lot of things. For example, we got the ecological zoning decree for the island of Cozumel. We obtained a decree of a marine protected area declared by the President of Mexico because of the case. We got a management plan for the marine protected area. We started a trust. It was created a trust to fully protect the marine natural protected area in Cozumel. And also, very important, what they constructed at the end of the day was a pier, but only that. They wanted to do hotel, shopping mall, golf course, bars, restaurants, etc. All that was rejected by the Mexican authorities. And another very important thing that we obtained from this mechanism, even though it is not legally binding, because what you get from this is a factual record, at the end of the day, there's a moral sanction for the government, because they are in the New York Times, in the Washington Post, in the Herald Tribune, etc., as an authority that is not doing their job of effectively enforcing environmental laws and regulations. So I think it's very important to take this into account, because I'm talking from practice. Sure. I'm talking from cases that we have been working on. And then when the NAFTA was renegotiated 5 years ago, we took again another case against the government of Mexico. Why? Because there's a turtle in the Gulf of California in Mexico that they were killing the turtle, no? And Mexico was doing nothing. So we brought the case against Mexico before the NAFTA authority, and we got, again, a factual record. No? So I think the important thing for all of us is that we use these mechanisms, no? And we need to test, we need to try them in order to see how they are working, no? So, as I said before, we need to use these instruments, and also to say that in our case in the Americas, we have the Inter-American Commission, no, for Human Rights, and we have the Inter-American Court also on human rights. So I think that we do have the avenues, we have the spaces, and I've been insisting in this, but we need to use them. We need to put them in practice, no? And when we talk about networking, I think that it's very important among lawyers, no? For example, that we share the arguments, that we help each other with interpretation, no? You were saying before about sharing information, which of course is crucial, no? For example, information about how they have resolved similar cases in other countries, no? And also you can use some networks at the international level, no? There are networks of lawyers, there are networks of scientists that they work together, because science and law has to work hand in hand, no? So I think we can also share among us a lot of technical and scientific information, a lot of research that sometimes is not known. And it's very important, because if you use the science and you use technical arguments, it fully supports, it gives you a lot of strength in your cases, no? Also, I think that it's important to do the networking, because sometimes we're duplicating, no? Sometimes we're doing the same things, no, at the same time with the same situations. Why it happens? Because we don't talk to each other, no? So I think it's very important that we avoid duplication, no? Also, I think that, as I said before, let's take advantage of those spaces that we have in the legal regime at the national and also at the international level. And I also think, Michael, that we can support each other by, for example, asking for an amicus, no? Sometimes they come to us and they say, can you draft an amicus and bring before the Supreme Court? More than happy to do it, no? I think that's very important also for for supporting our cases. No, and I think that we are in a very difficult moment in many countries of the world because the judiciary is in danger. No, Mexico, for the first time in its history, has voted. We went to one Sunday, we went out and vote to elect the Supreme Court judges, no? For the first time in our history. And it is believed that this new Supreme Court and many of the judges and magistrates are very much in line with the new government, no? So probably the justice is going to be in Mexico, but we need to test the system and we need to start doing, as I said before, legal action, no? Also, I think it's important the networking because lawyers, we can work a lot with the NGOs who are doing protection, conservation, restoration, but they are not lawyers. They don't know about the law. No? So I think that we that do environmental law can help them and complement their actions by giving them advice and probably sometimes represent them before the administrative authority or before the judicial power. No? Also, I think sometimes our cases can be very much supported by going to the media because authority will be ashamed of being in a bad situation in the newspaper or in the radio or wherever. No? So what we do in Mexico, for example, is that we bring legal action, but at the same time, we have a press conference or we have a press bulletin. No? So I think it's very important to have the media as an ally, no, in our cases, which normally I would say it happens very much. No, let me just finish because I don't want to take the mic all afternoon because we have other fantastic speakers. But I think that for the networking in the international legal regime, I think that it's important because, for example, here in the climate change negotiations, how lawyers are really doing some influence in the process. Are we doing it or not? It can happen, no? So if we get together and say, this is wrong, let's put a statement or let's go to the negotiators and talk to them, no? Also, of course, there are informal ways of networking and making pressure, like taking the streets, no? Like doing manifestos, consultations, meetings, etc. No, because in this way you do influence in the decision-making process. No, because normally public officials do feel the pressure. Sometimes don't. We have to be honest. Sometimes they don't care and they don't pay attention, but sometimes they do. No, so I think we need to participate in the public meetings, in the public spaces. For example, you may recall that this year we have two advisory opinions, no? One from the ICJ, no, from the International Court of Justice, and one from the Inter-American Court of Justice. What we did, we went to the consultations that they were organized in order to listen to society what we have to say about the opinions, no? And we met with the judges, and they were making questions directly to us about what we thought about the advisory opinion. So I think that's another example, no, of how we can influence by going to these meetings and express our arguments. No? And finally, I would say that there's a space today, for example, to influence in the implementation of Escazú. As you all know, we have the Escazú agreement for the Americas, that relates to public participation in environmental matters, environmental information, and the decision-making process. No? But also very important, Article 9 refers to environmental defenders, which I think it's one of the most pressing thing that we have to work on, and we will comment. Yes, we will come back to that. No, so I think for now, I don't want to bore you with more, but as I said before, there was a lot to say.
Not more. And what I really appreciate about that is times with so much bad news and so much negativity, urgent and inspiring to hear couple of success stories about, Mexico, or Mexico was the first. Okay. Building on those success stories, I'd like to turn to Samir Ben Ali to sort of enlighten us about the role that networking plays in the objectively fantastic news of the ICJ advisory. So Samir, can you talk about it?
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, I heard my name, I heard the ICG advisory opinion, so I'm guessing that the question is toward me.
Sure.
If you could
It's
maybe
can you talk a little bit about the role that networking played in eventually getting to the fantastic result in the ICJ advisory opinion?
Yes, of course. If we understand networking as creating links, creating connections that are going to magnify a message across, then I want to argue that the ICG advisory opinion was built on the back of all the network that were created along the way. And I'm going to try to demonstrate that to you by using a few really key moment examples that happened and that have led to this beautiful success. Every time that I think about it, I'm still smiling because how good it was. As you all know, the campaign started with you from the Pacific, and for them, us in general, to get to the advisory opinion and get to the ICJ, they could not do it alone. We can't access that court as civil society members. That is a state-oriented court. So they needed a connection with the state. And that state was Vanuatu. And those youth were able to go to their minister with a meeting, and that started everything. Another moment that was extremely important was the Pacific Forum meeting back in 2019, which had led to Vanuatu convincing other Pacific states and having that particular space, that particular moment to create a connection and tell them that this code was important so that they could endorse it together and then show it to the world. Another key element, again, was the alliance of civil society that we created. We created a network of more than 1,500 civil society that all across the globe were trying to push for their own states to participate in these particular proceedings, trying to encourage some of the most progressive arguments that we have seen the courts utilize. And that was also a huge success. I think that those civil society alliances that have started working together from the beginning of the campaign in 2019, 2020, up until today, that is still ongoing for the implementation of the advisory opinion, that has been a key moment and a key alliance of NGOs and of academics, of individuals that were law-oriented and climate justice oriented, that use that space to create what we have now. My own organization, World for Climate Justice, is a network of youth that was created so that we could all go to our own individual countries and reach out to our states to have them support this advisory opinion. And that was in and of itself successful because even if we don't really advertise it that much, but all youth were able to support our states draft, especially in the Global South, draft some of the what I would like to say the most progressive argument that we have seen the court receive. I've been able to share, as was or my colleague just before was mentioning, sharing arguments that were really progressive between each other, and then transmit those arguments with the states. And COP in particular, right now, COP in particular were spaces where we could make that important element of networking happen, because for 2 weeks, we have almost all of the states of the UNGA present at one place. So that meant that we could go to their pavilion, meet with them, and tell them about the arguments that we wanted to see. Not only that, but we could also meet other young people and invite them to push their states to participate in this proceeding. For example, one of the staple moments of our campaign were for each COP we're organizing a youth perception. So to build capacity on the advisory opinion, what it is, what it can do, and how youth could participate in that. And that I think was extremely key, to this campaign. I'm telling that also from the perspective of someone whose role previously in this campaign was as an outreach and engagement coordinator. So my role in and of itself was to create those connections, to make those networks happen. And one thing that I was really working on actively was an initiative that we started that was called Friends of the Initiative. So basically, public figures that we could have that would endorse this campaign publicly on our website, on our social, and that could be then high level spokesperson for this particular ruling. We had people like Mary Robinson, like David Boyd, that decided to come and endorse this this particular campaign, and that then were able to give us more credibility in asking states also to get involved because they knew those names. Another thing that I think was really important was the power of maybe not as public facing, but some more closed workshops and network spaces for states specifically to work on arguments together. One thing that we did with a lot of our partners is that we tried to have workshops happen for every continent where we would invite states that we thought would be interested in participating in their legal opinion and most likely interested in making progressive arguments. And then those states would discuss between themselves, and they could also discuss with few of the lawyers that we had on the ground for those workshops to create arguments that were useful to them in their particular context. And those safe spaces allowed, I think, a lot of states to feel comfortable to participate in a proceeding that they have never participated before, in a court that they have never reached before. And I think that those kind of also network, those kind of spaces that we created on the side were also extremely important. And now we have this advisory opinion that is beautiful, that talk about the importance of the best available science, that talk about the obligations of states in regard to mitigation, adaptation, but also, really importantly, of cooperation. So basically, making this encourage collaboration between states to make sure that we are actually protecting the climate system. And that is a fundamental word that we're seeing in several climate treaties and beyond. And that is, I think, again, a staple of how important those collaborations, how those links are important if we actually want to go forward with protecting our climate system. I could go dive more into details, into all the nitty-gritty of it, but I think that that gives you a good overview of all the elements of building up this campaign, where this connection, where those links were extremely fundamental to the advisory opinion that now we have.
Well, thank you so much, Samira. I have so many follow-up questions, but we just went from the situation where we were down a panelist to gaining a bonus panelist. So I'm going to have to keep this moving. Joining us here on stage left is Hunter Levins. Hunter Levins is the president and founder of Natural Capitalism Solutions, a nonprofit formed in 2002 in Longmont, Colorado. She is a renowned author and champion of sustainable development for over 35 years. Hunter has consulted on business, economic development, sustainable agriculture, energy, water, security, and climate policies for scores of governments, communities, and companies worldwide. Hunter has co-authored 15 books and hundreds of articles, and her best-known book, Natural Capitalism, has been translated into more than 36 languages. I know in Hunter's free time, she enjoys horseback riding on a ranch in Colorado. But Hunter, rather than me explaining to the panelists sort of what you're all about, what your new organization, COPX, is all about, I'm going to ask you to do that, and particularly under the theme of how you think COPX can be effective in connecting like-minded individuals, communities, and particularly communities who are often left out of the decision-making process. sort of in furtherance of the kind of public participation and even activism that we're talking about here today.
Mike, thank you. Apologies for being late. I was doing a press conference. You were speaking about using the media. We were just doing a press conference at COP30. The media is a very powerful tool. Mike left out, I am also a lawyer, and thought when I went to law school that this would be the tool for driving public policy. Decided that it was not the tool I wanted to use. And so went into the nonprofit world, worked with organization, working with school children and senior citizens and citizens of all sorts, planting trees. Decided that that wasn't the answer either, that energy was the issue that we needed to come to grips with. And so in about 1975, started dealing with the climate crisis and looking for solutions to it. Have tried a lot of different approaches. And of late, well, about 4 years ago, I was going to quit. I asked myself, you look at everything I've ever done, is it enough? No, we're losing. We will surpass 1.5 degree C additional warming over the pre-industrial levels. That is going to be catastrophic for people the world around, but particularly poorer people. Island nations will disappear. And you talk about the International Court of Justice. Where is the justice in allowing entire peoples to have to pick up and move? We are facing the greatest climate injustice that you can imagine. And fires and floods and famines and all of the catastrophes. And so I said, clearly what I'm doing is not enough. Do I know what enough is? No. Then why go down the road? Why burn carbon? Why come to these goddamn COPs? This is the pin from COP3. That was Kyoto. This is COP30. This is 30 years of failure to solve this problem. The hell are we doing, people? And so I said, that's it. I'll hang up my spurs. I live on a very beautiful ranch. I'll stay home, ride my horse, watch an eagle fly, and just live out my days until the world burns. That was a bleak thought. I was asked to go on one last trip, encountered a man, very senior UN official, lawyer. His doctorate is in international jurisprudence. And he said, the COPs can never work. The structure of UNFCCC, UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, is such that any one nation can veto. Saudi makes $1 billion a day every day they delay action on climate change. Y'all really think the COPs are going to achieve anything? So all of us who pour our heart and soul into trying to get an outcome from the COPs, it's not going to happen. Okay, then what? He was at Copenhagen, 2009. I was at Copenhagen. Copenhagen failed miserably. Kyoto set forth the framework of international carbon markets. Copenhagen was to seal the deal. It didn't. A surprise. In that case, oil that was the bad guy, but fair enough. The fossil fuel industries are doing very well, not solving the climate crisis. And he said to himself, if the structure of UNFCCC is such that the COP can never work, what could? In international jurisprudence, when governance fails, power reverts to the sovereign, the people. He said, what we need is a global citizens movement to solve this from the bottom up. And we know the solution. If you implement renewable energy now everywhere on Earth, now everywhere on Earth cheaper than fossil, and you implement regenerative agriculture, which can pull carbon out of the air and sequester it in the soil more profitably than industrial agriculture, we can solve the climate crisis at a profit. So I wrote a book called Climate Capitalism that laid that thesis out. Why is it not happening? The politicians over at the hangar are saying there is no political. Then this one's dying too.
Check, check.
Check, 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 check. I guess maybe I just have to eat the mic. If there is no political will, what will create political will? People standing up and saying, I want a climate safe future. And surveys, globally representative surveys, show that, take your pick, 80%, 94% of people around the world want a climate safe future. Why isn't it happening? Because we're not asking for it in an effective way. We need an advocate. But more to the point, we need the people standing up. Now, surveys also show that fewer than 40% of people think anybody else feels the same way. If you think you're the only one, you're not going to act. So we all sit here and watch the world burn. This man's thesis was we need conferences of people independently organized, COP-X. Not COP, conferences of parties, the nations of the world. Given the structure, that won't work. He pitched me on this, and I thought, musical microphones, that won't work. It's too big. I have no earthly idea how to do it. And to do it, you need a person who is not the leader. Check, 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 check. I shrugged, and I wound up through a series of circumstances spending a lot of time with this guy and decided it isn't about him. And then he asked, will you join me? And I thought, if there's a chance, if this could work, I can't say no. So I told my husband, whom I had told that I was going to retire, I said, I guess I'm not going to retire. The UN official, if the UN ever figured out what we're doing, they'd fire him. And so he said, I cannot be the face of this. Will you be the face of it? Like, me? Here we are. We now have over 1,000 COP-X organizers in over 60 countries. People who have said, I'll step up. I may not know what to do, but I'll try. And his point is, no act is too small. Maybe it's working with other families so that your children can have organic food, regeneratively grown food, which is sequestering carbon. Maybe it's a housewife who lived near me who said the cement plant, the Cemex plant, was the largest carbon polluter in our county. Would I help her shut it down? She did it. I didn't. She organized the community, and the local commission voted to shut it down. It will close this year. So one housewife, she was concerned about her son breathing the pollution from the plant. If you start looking around in your community, there are hundreds of individuals doing the right thing, caring, working to build a climate safe future, and they don't know each other. You said we need to share information. And this is exactly the point of COP-X, is that create a global self-aware movement of people who want a different outcome. We can do it. And so a man that I had worked with when he was in the US Congress, a man named Richard Ottinger, who put in place the legislation in the United States that said, if you put up renewable energy, you put up solar, the utility has to buy the resulting energy at a fair price. Law called PURPA. Dick retired from Congress, went to PACE, set up the Center for Environment and Climate, and Dick heard about COP30. He said, I want to be a part of it. I said, good, you are. He then said, we're hiring a man. Good, I want to meet him. Mike. So Mike and I are now working together on COP30. And this is how it works. You tell somebody, I'm a part of COP30. Do you want to play? And they join too. So join us. We need you, every one of you. And everyone you know, go to www.copx.global and join us.
We need you, and I need that microphone. So we are lucky to be joined by a bonus panelist today, Ibrahim Roca, who is the state attorney of Pará, the state which we are in here, where Belém sits. And I understand that you have engaged in quite a bit of litigation on behalf of indigenous communities. And if you can talk a little bit about how you obtain sort of the consensus and the contacts with indigenous communities to start the process to advocate on their behalf. And then just so you know, I'm going to follow up the question for perhaps you and Gustavo about the role of environmental defenders and making sure they are protected. So if you can speak a little bit about that, I think that would fit in nicely with our themes.
Good afternoon. I'd like to present myself. My name is Ibrahim Rocha. Okay, no Roca, Rocha. Is my lawyer, public lawyer for 29 years. So, I make a presentation, but I forgot this. Okay. When I started to work in the state of Pará in the office, my first contact with the traditional communities for one person that stay with me and ask me, why a black man I met here? It's a surprise because she never saw a black man in the state. You believe me? It's the first. So, when you discuss how to regulate making a law to introduce the rights for these traditional communities, black communities here, to have access for land use. Because the Constitution of Brazil have a precept, article that is 68, that grants this right. But there is a regulation. The first problem is when I define what is a traditional use, because it's not a property, it's not a territory. A territory is an idea that these people use this land for keeping his life. It's not to have a property, no. It's to have a right to live in liberty. And this type of liberty is the same time respecting the nature. Nature is not opposed for your life. It's not protection for them. So I think a lot about this because the rights in Brazil is so respectful for the property rights, nor for the nature, because the social function and the property is the right for the property to use what I decide. I never heard what nature did for me. It's only I want. This is the property right. So, and this woman said for me, you understand what is important for me, that you are a black man. And that's so I understand. Could it be is that dangerous? Because could it be I'm a black man, but formerly before are so white. I need to see this for her. Because I understand the responsibility in my soul too. But when I discuss, I understand that if you define the territory properties or the territory use as when I can access the nature, respecting the use, the community, traditional use this land, I could define this territory. But there is a special article that is the community in not the state define what is the land territory. It's not the state. The state one need to accept this demand and define. Because an territory could be not in the land, that there is a house, there's a little farm. No. The territory is more. It's the forests there's over. It's the river. And sometimes it's on a river and the other side is territory too. Or on the forest that could be trespassed by a road, but the territory don't recognize the road as an interruption of the territory. This kind of things help me to understand that this kind of idea, the territory, is against capitalist use of the property. It's a fight. Property against territory. Because this community, why so important for this community not have in this type of the law the word property, only territory. Because territory is an expression of this possible idea that man is a dialogue with nature, a constant dialogue. When today we speak about agroecology, agroecological use, is this too that this traditional community? No. All times ago. You are learning about this now. It's not an innovation. It's not innovation. It's an old truth that we are understanding, talking about, and with this community. And you are writing, it's a new idea, the ecological use of the land. No, it's not true. It's an old idea. So, in this time, I understand so that I could be finally a black soul. And I'm happy to stay and be a black soul. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. So, Gustavo, I know an issue that was very near and dear to your heart that we promised to talk about, which I assume that you've dealt with quite a bit in your role here in Pará, is the role of environmental defenders, particularly around Latin America and the threats they face. And so kind of putting a bow on what we've been talking about here today, we have a government official, we have an activist, is that fair? And an academic, not solely an academic, Gustavo, but an academic. So how can we be using sort of this network, this diverse network of advocates, I think we're all lawyers as well, to protect environmental defenders? And then what can we be doing better to utilize our networks to ensure that environmental defenders are protected?
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I would like to start by saying or letting you know that we've been doing in Mexico for the last 10 years, every year, a report about the situation of environmental defenders in the country. And just last year, in 2024, we have 94 events against environmental defenders and 233 specific aggressions during the whole year. We have intimidation, we have harassment, we have killings, stigmatization, criminalization, defamation. And I would say that criminalization has become one of the most common ways of offending environmental defenders. And they do it because they want to stop them from doing what they do. If we go to, for example, the number of environmental defenders that have died, that they have been killed in the last year, for example, in 2024, they killed 25 environmental defenders in Mexico. 2023, 21, 2022, 31, 2021, 28. This means that from 2020 to 2024, 123 environmental defenders were killed in Mexico. The main victims are the members of communities of indigenous people, which is around 45% of the cases. If you go, for example, to see the main sectors that are involved, you have agriculture with 14 cases, communication systems 13, and forest 12 cases. Of course, there are many other aggressions related to urban development, tourism, the defense of biodiversity, among others. One of the most important things that we find in these reports is that the main perpetrator is the Mexican state. I'm talking about the state police, municipality, the municipality police, Minister of Defense, Minister of the National Guard, the Marine. They have participation in more than half of the aggressions. And then you have also some aggressions that come from the private sector, and we also have some aggressions that come from organized crime. But it's the state, private sector, and then organized crime. So what we believe needs to happen first is that we need to tackle impunity. There's almost 100% of impunity. Nobody's investigated, nobody's in jail, nobody's responsible. Second, I believe that we need to have a very strong public policy to protect environmental defenders. We need to strengthen the formal mechanism that exists in Mexico, supposed to work, but it doesn't work. So we need to strengthen this mechanism to protect not only human rights defenders, but also journalists, which are also very much being killed in Mexico. And we need to put into practice, we need to fully implement the Escazú Agreement. Why Escazú? Because Escazú, in Article 9, which is the article that talks about environmental defenders, states that the governments have to assure a proper environment, a proper and safe environment for environmental defenders to do their work without any threats, without restrictions, and in a very safe environment. Second, the states have to take the adequate and effective measures to protect the right to health, to the personal integrity and the liberty of expression. And finally, Article 9 of Escazú refers that states must prevent, investigate, and sanction those attacks, threats, and intimidations that suffer environmental defenders. Mexico is part of Escazú. Brazil has just signed and is going to be part of Escazú. They signed last week, I believe. So what needs to happen? Implementation, implementation, and implementation. Thank you.
Mr. Rocha, considering your work here in Pará, I'd like to give you the final word on environmental defenders.
I work in an office that is responsible for analyze the law that we put in action in the state of Pará. And there is a special law here that's for protect environmental defenders. We have a special officer for human rights, special black men, black people, and indigenous peoples. And this law have an action that is state needs that this person require, demand the state a special protection. We have actually currently, I believe, 400 people in this program. 400 people in this program. Just in Pará, just. And 78 of the cases is for land conflicts. Land conflicts. You imagine, the state of Pará is great that France, Portugal, and Spain could be put here, but you have conflict for a piece of land. And stational community is just because I spoke, have a vision for the territory of land use. And sometimes this type of the land use is not perfect, protected by the state, and have conflicts for all use lands, special soja that is growing in Pará. And we need a solution. I believe that this kind of program is important, but not is a solution. No way for this solution. You have a special article in constitutional federal constitution of Brazil that there is a priority for agrarian reforms, but to not show this. So, yeah, and I assume, like you need to join us to this agrarian reform. If you know, you put more people in this protection, but it's not solve the problem. Why is not a solution? Because these people, for this law, need to stay in the territory. It's not put out the territory. But they can fight, like could fight for the property rights or the territories or the other right that they have, because they are showing for the state all the time. Imagine you can do and fight correctly if you not have the true liberty for fight for your right. So this is my message for you.
and a wonderful, powerful message to close on. Let's have a loud round of applause for our panelists here today. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Lonnie Porter from We Act in New York to build upon Peggy Shepard's keynote message this morning. And that panel will be on Zoom. Thank you all.
Great. I think I'm passing on to me. All right, make sure I got everything. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lonnie Portis. I'm the Director of Policy and Legislative Affairs at We Act for Environmental Justice. And we are here today. Our panel is on a just transition. And I kind of wanted to start by saying, just opening up and saying that, the United States and the Global South, energy generation facilities are overwhelmingly sited in communities of color and low-income communities, polluting their environment and causing adverse health impacts. And there have been a lot of deregulatory efforts that have been increasing to allow the acceleration of these facilities. We Act for Environmental Justice and other organizations throughout the environmental justice movement have been shifting their focus to have a greater impact at the state and local levels, despite federal deregulation and inaction on climate change, as we deal with multiple crises at the same time. Both the climate crisis, environmental crisis, and also energy affordability has become a really huge topic over the last few years. One of the ways that the environmental justice communities have been pushing back and other advocates is be able to act laws at state level. A great example of that is the New York State Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, also known as the LCPA, which was passed in 2019. And the goals are to address climate change and to reach net zero emissions in New York State by 2050. And also a second part of that, a climate justice aspect to that, is to allow that no less than 35% of programs benefits go to historically disadvantaged communities so that we can rectify past harms within those communities. One ongoing challenge with these kind of state laws and advocacy is that we are seeing a slow walking or rollback of climate and justice focused policies, particularly under this federal administration here in the US. And so it's important for us to kind of, as organizations and advocates to push back, in which a lot have done legally. And even though there has not been some success at the federal level, there has been at the state level. Recently, We Act was a part of a lawsuit with other advocates that would continue to uphold our state climate law that I just mentioned against that slow walking and other efforts at backpedaling. And so today, this panel, we're going to take a little deeper dive into these challenges and describe some of the advocacy success and opportunities at the state local level, where land use and environmental review, as well as legislative and policy action, to provide some protection. But before we dive into the panel, I want to give our opportunity for our panelists to introduce themselves. I'm going to start with my colleague, Eric Walker, pass it on to Bassif Sin, then Seth Harris, and then Immaculata. Go ahead, Eric.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eric Walker. I am the Senior Policy Manager for Energy Justice at We Act for Environmental Justice. Great to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bassif Sen, and I am the Climate Policy Director at the Institute for Policy Studies.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Seth Harris, a citizen of the New River Catawba Nation in North Carolina, and also the Special Projects Director for 7 Directions of Service.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Immaculata Casimiro from Guyana, and I work with the South Rupner District Council, and I coordinate the Wapichan Women's Movement programs and activities. Thank you.
Right. So thank you guys so much for joining this panel. I really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this conversation. I think we should dive right in and just start with this panel is called, it's based on just transition, but I want to start with passing my question to Bassif and just say, what does a just transition mean for you and for energy policy? And can you talk a little bit about how we can learn from systemic issues of the past and current energy systems?
Yes, thank you for that question, Lonnie. So there are a lot of great definitions of a just transition out there, but I'll just weigh in with my perspective on it. In brief, a just transition is a transition from our current unjust, dirty energy-based economy to an economy that is just and based on regenerative principles and clean renewable energy. And justice comes here in two parts. The process of the transition must be just, and the outcome, in other words, the energy system and the economy that it's embedded in, also need to be just. So in practice, what does that mean? Our current dirty energy economy is poisoning communities across the globe, disproportionately communities of color, low-income communities, communities in the global south. And it's also threatening humanity's future through the climate crisis. At the same time, it is creating a pattern of economic dependence where communities depend on this dirty industry for their tax revenues, for well-paying jobs in their communities, and sometimes entire countries in the global south are dependent on fossil fuel extraction and exports just to be able to pay the government's bills and to be able to pay the extremely unjust debts that a lot of global south countries owe to the multilateral financial system, to institutions such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. So what a just transition would mean, it would mean obviously ending these toxic industries, whether you're talking about fossil fuels or nuclear energy or trash incineration or any other harmful form of energy. But it would mean doing so in a way such that communities who had no part to play in creating this unjust system to begin with, but are forced to depend on it for tax revenues, now don't suddenly find themselves without any local or regional taxes to be able to keep their government services alive. Or entire countries in the global south are not suddenly left to fend for themselves. And they have a diversified economy so that they don't need to rely on these dirty industries anymore. And workers who work in these industries don't suddenly find themselves unemployed. In other words, people who did not cause the problem, but through no fault of their own are dependent on it, are not stuck with paying the price of the transition. The corollary to that is that the price of the transition must be paid by those who caused the problem in the first place. In other words, a polluter pays principle is actually embedded within the concept of a just transition. And then finally, I'm going to wrap it up. A just transition also means that the communities who have been poisoned are made whole, that the contamination in these communities are cleaned up. And ironically, some of these communities who have been poisoned are the same communities who are also dependent on the fossil fuel industry and other dirty industries for jobs and for taxes. So that, in a nutshell, is what a just transition means to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think building off of that, I think, Eric, maybe you can speak to a little bit of something that Vas was talking about, this kind of this economy that is rooted in just kind of toxic industries and dependent on tax revenue and the cost of the transition. Can you talk a little bit about the irony of promoting energy affordability through fossil fuels when the communities hosting these facilities face both health costs and rising energy rate, and how these same fossil fuel facilities are accelerating climate change that will impose catastrophic costs in the future generation while making energy needs more extreme and unpredictable through heat waves, cold snaps, and grid stress.
Thanks, Lonnie. I'll speak specifically to the New York context because that's the context that I'm most familiar with. But I imagine these are, as I'm sure we can all imagine, is that these are sort of trends that apply across geographies, across scales, and the like. But in New York in particular, the idea that we are facing an energy affordability crisis that can only be solved by deploying more natural gas infrastructure is absurd. If it weren't so like deeply held as a mythology in the state. What's really troubling is that leaning into this mythology creates a really big cascade of ancillary costs, whether it's the direct human health impacts from the PM 2.5 or the particulate matter that gets released into the atmosphere from burning fossil fuels, or the emissions that are released from methane or from gas extraction and use in generation. The rising energy rates, because actually fossil fuel fired generation in New York is more expensive than the renewable options that are available, despite the public narrative that's being put forward by an industry interests and the like that actually negate the affordability claims that are being put forward. And then finally, there's the accelerating, acceleration of climate change as emissions, as I mentioned, continue to rise from burning stuff, whether it's, as Basa mentioned, we have a couple of incinerators around the state of New York that burn trash for energy. We have a huge fleet of natural gas fired electric generators too. In New York, there's as I mentioned, there's this dangerous narrative that's taken hold that renewables are too expensive. And that's kind of a legacy of a time when there was a marginal price to renewable energy development. That's since changed, right? Places like Texas are up to 40 or 50% of their total energy supply in wind, because it's cheaper than the gas supply that they have in their regional marketplaces. But unfortunately, the governor of the state of New York is bought into this narrative and leaned into this narrative, and the grid regulator and other energy leadership around the state has simply begun to tout this narrative as a justification for slow walking the Climate Act, as you noted, Lonnie, and really, unfortunately, essentially repeating industry talking points. What's even more troubling is that the state's own analysis, right, released in 2023, and is backed up by multiple independent research studies, one of which we supported, and we acted for environmental justice, shows that the economic and public health benefits of implementing the CLCPA or the Climate Act far outweigh the costs. And so this is not just irony, it's quite frankly insanity.
Thank you for that, Eric. And Immaculata, I know that we talked a little bit about, Eric talked a lot about some of the local kind of things and what's going in the US when it comes to this extractive economy and how it impacts people of color and low income communities here in the US. But we know that there's a globalization that goes on when it comes to a lot of this extractive economy work, and how from the West and other global northern states and countries as well can impact other places throughout the world and kind of almost export this environmental injustice. Can you talk a little bit about what legal or political barriers allow foreign governments and corporations to make energy decisions in indigenous lands and in the global South without even meaningful consent? And how does the same forces enable fossil fuel extraction and energy projects that accelerate the climate impacts that threaten indigenous islands, communities, like loss of territory or cultural loss?
Okay, thank you for that question. I might be distracted a bit because where I am, I'm at the indigenous village where we have a lot of people passing, but I'm very thankful to be here. First of all, I want to say that I come from a very small community with a population of just 1,300 persons, and we are of the Wapichan people. So for me, the core of the issue lies in the fundamental disconnection between international frameworks and national legal systems here in Guyana. While many countries, including my own country, Guyana, have ratified international treaties, declarations, for example, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but they often fail to translate these commitments into domestic law and practice. For us, the most significant barrier is the widespread failure to recognize and respect our rights to free, prior, and informed consent. For example, in Guyana's law, the Amerindian Act, which is like the legislation that governs indigenous communities in Guyana, does not grant indigenous peoples the legal authority to provide or withhold consent um, for large-scale energy or any extraction projects on our ancestral lands. And this creates a situation where our rights are acknowledged just on paper, but are systematically ignored in practice. So this is like it's a legal vacuum allowing foreign governments and other corporations to bypass our communities entirely. And often I would say we are not included in decision-making processes, especially when there are developmental impacts on our lands. It's more like a top-down approach, and this is something that we have seen happening. Just in my territory, there is mining happening in Marudi. The place is called Marudi in my territory, and because this project it was not done with any proper consultation by us and the villages that are in the Wapichan territory. So we have, the environmental and social impacts are now being felt by our people. We have waterways that are being polluted, livelihoods are threatened, our cultural sites are now being degraded. And if there was meaningful consultation from the outset, these projects can have more can be designed more, to have proper environmental safeguards and respect for indigenous people's rights. So these are some of the things that we have seen within our in our territory. And just recently, from this topic, it's something that I, as an indigenous rights advocate, became really interested in, because if we're going to talk about true climate justice, it requires that FPIC, free, prior, informed consent, is not just a principle, but in declaration, and it must be legally enforceable, not just at the national level, but from all outside companies and other developmental activities that are happening on our lands. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And that process being true justice includes a community needing to be included in that decision-making process and also being codified into law, as you mentioned as well, and to have multiple protection. Seth, can we build on that a little bit? And can you just talk a little bit about how indigenous territories are being targeted for fossil fuel extraction, energy infrastructure, and some greenwashed renewable projects that communities did not even consent to, and how these projects both violate sovereignty and contribute to the global climate crisis that disproportionately threatens survival through sea level rise, storm intensification, and other environmental issues and impacts.
Yeah, so the resource extraction industry continues to target indigenous territories to fuel energy consumption and energy infrastructure, whether it's tar sands extraction from Alberta, Canada, to lithium extraction in Chile, to rare earth minerals in the western states, to mining in the Philippines. All these extraction activities are targeting indigenous communities. These projects violate sovereignty because there is no true consultation with the tribal communities. That doesn't mean that the tribal leaders of these communities aren't aware of the projects. It means that there is no coordinated consent from the greater communities. Sovereignty includes the right to say no to pipelines, nuclear expansion, and false renewables like methane gas, and any extractive industries. sovereignty upholds free, prior, and informed consent, as Immaculata mentioned a while ago, and rejects extractive development that violates natural law. Indigenous-led energy systems can simultaneously generate clean power, create green jobs, and heal the land. When guided by ceremony, ancestral law, and local knowledge of seasonal cycles, indigenous energy frameworks embody what Western systems often overlook, that true sustainability begins with the relationship, not technology. As far as sea level rise threatening our culturally significant sites, that's really the big threat for us here in the States. We're losing a lot of culturally significant sites along the coast of North Carolina to sea level rise every year. And it's the same way for any coastal communities. Also, climate change has led to affected our ability to harvest our traditional medicines. They don't bloom at the same time. Our harvest practices have had to change, so that's affected all of that.
Thank you for that. And Seth, I'm gonna continue with the conversation with you for this to start with, and then we'll also get Immaculata's input on this too. And you guys are both kind of hitting on some similar things here. So if you like to, each of you could lay out, and you could start with Seth. What would an energy self-determination framework look like for Indigenous communities, and how would it address both sovereignty and climate resilience, and allow communities to actually control the clean energy system that reduce emissions while building adaptive capacity to withstand the climate impacts?
That's a great question. I love this question. So it gives me a chance to talk about the rights of nature. So an energy self-determination framework for indigenous communities will be rooted in natural law and the rights of nature, recognizing that all elements of creation, from rivers, air, mountains, and fire, possess their own spirit, their own intelligence, and rights to exist, thrive, and renew. Rather than treating energy as a commodity, this framework treats it as a sacred relationship that must be balanced and not exploited. It calls for indigenous nations to govern, own, and design their own clean energy systems based on traditional ecological knowledge, which teaches harmony, reciprocity, and responsibility to all living things. So under this framework, energy sovereignty is an extension of tribal sovereignty. It means that indigenous nations make their own decisions about where energy comes from, how it is produced, and who benefits. It envisions tribally owned microgrids, solar cooperatives, and storage systems that are managed under indigenous law and designed to serve community needs rather than corporate profits. By integrating the rights of nature into energy governance, every project begins with a core principle. Does this restore balance? Does it protect the spirit of the land and water? Then on to the second part of the question. So a rights of nature-based energy self-determination framework strengthens sovereignty and climate resilience by returning decision-making power to indigenous nations and aligning energy governance with the natural order. Under this model, indigenous peoples are not merely stakeholders, they are the governors and caretakers of their own energy futures. And that's what sovereignty looks like. By operating under natural law, indigenous nations can implement energy systems that honor water, air, soil, and spirit as living relatives, not as resources to be consumed. So this framework also provides a clear pathway to climate adaptation and emissions reduction. Tribal microgrids and community solar projects reduce dependence on fossil fuels while ensuring that communities maintain power during disasters and grid failures. These systems are also designed through traditional ecological knowledge principles of place-based balance. For example, siting solar fields to support pollinators, designing wind projects to follow bird migration patterns, or integrating water catchment and beaver-style hydrology restoration to stabilize local climates. That's all I had.
Thanks for that. Immaculata, do we want to add to that?
I want to answer that, but I have a lot of noise around me. I'm in the village, as I said, and I have all my brothers and sisters here. Anyway, I want to start with first, sovereignty begins with a process that honors the community's ways of making decisions. That is something my leaders, the chiefs in our territory. Recently, we've just created something called the Wapichan aspect booklets because we don't want to use the word guidelines or protocols. That's not something that we have in our language. So if we are going to look at a framework, it does not begin in boardrooms with air conditions, but in indigenous circles with our elders, with our knowledge keepers, our youths, and our families. It starts by asking questions in a culturally appropriative way. What did our ancestors teach us about energy, the sun, the fire, life force? How do we honor the gift of energy today without being wasteful? What is our responsibility to energy, to the land for our grandchildren? And this ensures that the vision is a reflection of collective values, not just economic interest. I think that is something that was stated just now. Instead of using all, we indigenous people, we do not use all this technical jargon because, it's not the way we understand things. We understand things in our own language, in our own way. And so when we're looking at this, we have to understand that we need to prepare indigenous people for changes, and that they must be, when we're talking about all of this, we have to be able to ensure that it's discussed, they are able to participate, and also given the time to access or to interpret that these different technical language in a language that is important for us. And that for me is very important. When we look at the different, we have different ways of how we use things, we do not we do not take what we do not use. How are these different types of energy, will it be sufficient? Is it efficient? When we think about this, it has to be something that meets the community's needs and also minimizing environmental footprint. We listened just now to, where you're getting all this lithium. It's from indigenous people's lands, and we need to look at all these things. We're talking transition, energy, and green, all these conversations, green energy, but how are we going to reach at this green energy without destroying indigenous lands and taking the same, I would say, resources to build renewable energy? And for me, this is something that I have a big question. It is questioned by our people because we do not use a lot of energy in my community just for motorcycles and transportation. So all of these things are very questionable by us, even though we have seen small solar grids, we question because it still doesn't give us energy, but where is it coming from? And in conclusion, I want to say that when we're looking at the framework, it must be effective. The solutions must be effective to the climate crisis. And as I said before, this will not come from the conference room. Earlier, I heard the women speak. Sometimes that's the way I feel as an indigenous rights advocate, that I want to give up. I want to just leave everyone, but then, there's something that says you need to continue to do this work. So when we're talking about indigenous people, indigenous communities, we have defended Mother Earth for millennia. We're still doing that. That's why we're at COP today. I'm in a packed room of indigenous peoples around me, and I'm very proud to be here amongst them. I think I'm feeling their power. And, ensuring that if we're going to have a framework, that the transition to clean energy is not just a technical switch, but a reclamation of identity and a renewal of a sacred covenant to protect the land for all generations to come. It is a path forward designed by the defenders for the defense of all. So for me, this is what a framework would look like. And if we're looking to see, how it fits within the climate conversation and the transition and all of that we're speaking about. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a lot of head nods and whatnot from the other panelists too. And Seth and Immaculate, I appreciate that framework, kind of giving that idea that it's kind of rooted in the people, right? And talking about having control and power, but also being able to participate. And Immaculate, you mentioned to be able to participate and given time to interpret these things and being culturally appropriate way. So this kind of made me think of kind of like this next question here. I'm going to pass this to Eric and Bassif to talk about a little bit, is that we don't necessarily always have, a seat at those tables from initially or not. A lot of these processes are extremely complicated and require dockets. Eric always talks to me about dockets and what's in them, and sometimes I'm always like, I don't know what's going on here. But you have people like Eric Bassif who are a part of this movement who can interpret those things, but it does create like a lot of burden for those who are in communities of color and low-income communities across the country. So as we talk about energy costs to consumers are often set by a regulatory agency or some type of process, what barriers exist to participating in public hearing, regulatory process, or legal challenges, and how can this be dismantled, especially when communities need to advocate simultaneously for environmental protection, climate action, and energy affordability? We'll start with Eric, and then we'll have Bassif respond as well.
Yeah, Lonnie, I think first, before I respond, I just want to appreciate Immaculata for lifting up both like cultural relevance, because I think it's hugely important that so much of the work is done with the expectation that people who engage in advocacy need to meet the performative standards of either institutions, whether they be regulators, whether they be local governments or national governments, and they have this sort of no expectation of appeasement. And I think in order to be culturally relevant, what we need to bring into those spaces is a level of, for lack of a better term right now, insurgency that creates discomfort. And it's the kind of discomfort that our lived experience brings into those spaces that really forces the question around what relevance, right? Whether it's cultural relevance or material relevance, because the policies that people are creating in these institutional spaces need to be both culturally relevant and materially relevant to the folks who are going to be impacted by them. So thank you for lifting that up. I think just quickly, I'll say that there are three kind of major barriers that we see in the New York landscape around energy regulation, for example. One is just that the barriers of technocracy cannot be overstated. And so that is a way of creating de facto insularity within the space. So if a lot of the rate cases that come are financial analyses of requests for rates that make utility companies whole for their capital expenditures, et cetera. And so if you're not a financial analyst, this isn't the place for you. Some of the policy proceedings that talk about transmission or renewables sometimes become very technocratic in an engineering sense in terms of the equipment that's necessary in order to support moving electrons from one place to another. So if you're not a quantitative analyst or an engineer, perhaps you don't belong here. But and so this technocratic barrier becomes a de facto way of isolating and insulating the work of advancing energy policy that works for everybody. Really, really challenging. And it's, again, that discomfort and insurgency that we need to bring our lived experiences into those spaces with, that helps reduce that barrier and shift the conversation to one that's really relevant for folks. While we recognize the need for that degree of either quantitative analysis or financial analysis in order to support policies that work for us, but not leaving the reality of our lived experience off the table. The second thing I want to lift up is a capacity problem. And so while we might be able to get ourselves into that room, we're dealing with industry groups, astroturf sort of proxy groups that can pay for armies of attorneys and engineers to do analysis and synthesize sort of draft policies that support their interests, while we're, as you noted a little bit earlier in the opening, like really be in some ways getting our footing in this space. The regulatory environment around energy is not something to teach in civics class. It's not something to teach in school. It's a opaque place where regulators of public utility commissions, for example, often live in the shadows. We're seeing that reduced. We're seeing sort of those spaces get lifted up in the public narrative as energy affordability becomes a humongous crisis, not just in New York, but across the nation and across the world. But largely those folks who control the energy system or make decisions around the energy system are unknown to folks. Ask somebody who their public service commission or public utility commission chair is, you'd be hard pressed to name those folks. And they should be as well known as your local elected official. Like, you know, your city council person, for example, by name, lots of cases, or you know who the president of the United States is or the president of your country is. Like, they should be as well known as those folks because they make as equally relevant decisions. Finally, the third thing, beyond the sort of technocratic barrier and the capacity barrier, is the need to adequately resource folks to participate for the long haul. Rate cases in New York State can last up to 11 months or 14 months. And that is a real sort of effort of endurance, both from the volume of information that's needed to be processed and from the ability to sort of stay in the game to make sure that you advocate successfully for issues that are important to you and your community. Oftentimes, the industry interests that are involved in rate cases it's so pro forma for them to be involved in these 14-month proceedings that they're just really kind of riding a pony, just kind of riding it out and waiting for you to drop off or to just kind of get fatigued enough where, like Immaculata said, you just maybe want to go home because this is maybe too much. And so it's really like the resourcing of communities that needs to be a barrier that needs to get clearly and explicitly addressed. So I would start with those three sort of critical barriers, and then we can talk about key strategies for addressing them.
Thank you for that great introduction to utility regulation and its flaws, Eric. I'll build on that by pointing out a couple more very meaningful barriers that exist to public participation in utility regulation processes. One of them is just, how does the information get shared? How does the public even come to know about regulatory processes at the Public Utility Commission? Are the notices circulated widely to all impacted people? And that too in the language that they speak. If all of the information is in English, and most of it is solely online, how much of the impacted population is being reached? And this is true of utility regulation at the state level. This is also true of all regulatory processes at the federal level, where a federal agency wants to issue a regulation. They put out something called a notice of proposed rulemaking in this obscure document called the Federal Register. What percentage of the population tracks the Federal Register? So, these are systematic ways in which the public is kept in the dark. And then finally, there is the issue of corruption. Public utility commissions and the utilities, the very entities they regulate, have a revolving door in between them. People from the utilities go to serve on these utility commissions, and then after a few years, they go back to the utility industry. And these people all know each other, the utilities and their lawyers and the commissioners who are supposed to be regulating them. And it's like this network of buddies, this network of friends who are ultimately looking out for each other's interests over the interest of the broader public. And now, we can talk about solutions later, but I'm going to say one explosive thing right away, which is that the system of for-profit monopoly utilities that we have in most US states, actually all US states except Nebraska that I know of, is inherently corrupt. We cannot have a public service provided by a profit-making private monopoly. That's just a contradiction in terms. Utilities have to be controlled by the public in the form of like electric co-ops or owned by the state. I mean, I don't really see how private for-profit utilities can be reconciled with the need for energy justice.
I love that. And I think you guys were actually kind of getting into it and of the kind of idea of like, what are some of the solutions? So I'm going to ask this last question because I think it folded in there for each of you, and we can start with Bassif, Eric, Seth, and then finish with Immaculata. But I'm gonna ask this question then because it ties into what you were already starting to talk about a little bit. But how do we hold accountable the energy systems, corporations, and governments that created both local environmental injustice and global climate crisis, and ensure that energy transitions don't simply create new forms of extraction and inequality while the climate emergency intensifies? And what kind of leadership are we looking to see to move beyond where we are right now? And I think that kind of comes into some of those solutions there that some of you want to talk about. But if you want to go ahead, start off that, Bassif, and then we'll work our way through the panel.
So I'll start with where I just ended. Democratization of our energy system is an essential first step, and movements to do so, to actually take control of energy for the people rather than leaving it in the hands of for-profit private corporations, is, I think, an essential measure in achieving energy justice. So, for example, suppose we have an energy transition to renewable energy, and we have 5 giant corporations controlling the entire renewable energy system, between manufacturing the solar panels and the wind turbines, etc., or owning massive wind farms and solar farms and generating that energy. Then we haven't changed anything meaningfully in terms of who controls the energy system and for whose benefit. So that's why movements for democratization are such an essential first step. And they can take 2 different forms, and they should, I argue, take both of these forms. One is what's called prefigurative solutions, where communities build their own community solar projects, their own community-owned microgrids, etc., thereby setting an example of what can be possible and what can be scaled up. And at the same time, we cannot ignore the regulatory processes. We as in communities must engage in those processes, intervening on behalf of ratepayers and the broader public in, for example, the public utility commissions. And a third piece of that would be to keep sort of longer term goals in mind as well. So even as we are trying to block this particular rate increase, or trying to force the Public Utility Commission to recognize that, for example, huge artificial intelligence data centers are harmful to the broader public interest, and that therefore they should be regulated differently and pay higher rates, etc. But at the same time, we must not lose sight of the longer term objective of getting rid of the for-profit monopoly utility system altogether. And, similar advocacy, agitation, etc. Or as Eric was pointing out, being a disruptive presence in these regulatory proceedings, making the regulators actually uncomfortable to put pressure on them. And we need to do that, obviously, at the national level and even at the international level, at, forums such as the COP, where the fossil fuel lobbyists outnumber the delegations from many global South countries. So at every level, from the city to the subnational government, the state, to the nation state, to the international level, we, the people, the impacted people, the most marginalized people, the very people who are sacrificed for our current energy system, need to make our voices so powerful that the decision makers cannot run away from them.
Thank you for that, Bassett. Eric?
I really appreciate the idea of democratization of the system, because we've been clearly living in a centralized system for a long time, and that is increasingly influenced and controlled by regulatory capture that Bassett so eloquently laid out, but also in an increasingly fragile political environment where state national leadership is reluctant to step forward and deal with and make policy decisions based on fact. And so I want to build on Basav's point really quickly and note that, like, I think there's three elements or constituent elements to the way that I think about responding to your question, Lonnie, which is, what are the strategic streams that we need to be working across? I think prefigurative solutions is a great place to begin. Thinking about how do we build these micro nudges around system change. And so there are multiple sort of activities or streams of strategic activity that we can think of where we need to be really investing our effort, our time, and our sort of our thoughtfulness into. The second one I'll say is scale. So prefigurative solutions, for example, could be really small scale, like something that happens at on a building, or it could be something as big as a statewide piece of legislation like the Build Public Renewables Act that was passed in New York State a couple years ago, right? Those are really early interventions in a system, to support systems change across multiple scales. And then there's these time horizons, like what do we need now? What are the strategic interventions and across scale need to look like that are achievable now, and that need to be implemented over time to create a sense of achievable imagination around how we make this actually work. The final thing that I'll close with is that in terms of leadership, I think this political environment, particularly here in the United States, that is becoming increasingly both polarized and fragile as people think about near-term consequences of elections, et cetera, is really frightening. We've lost a sense of bold imagination around how to address a collective future that is rooted in something other than who's sitting in a chair come the day after the second Tuesday in November. And so when we can think across these strategic streams and think across scale and time horizon, we have an opportunity to really help do some of the encouragement that allows our political leadership to lean into a bigger, bolder, and more imaginative collective future that makes the effort of democratizing our energy system not seem as hard.
Thank you for that. Thoughts on solutions, accountability, and in leadership.
So giving Indigenous people an equal and equitable seat at the table is a good first step towards this. So when indigenous nations lead, policies become rooted in natural law, centering balance, regeneration, and justice instead of extraction and profit. So what does this look like? It looks like lawmakers embedding tribal consultation, free, prior, and informed consent, and rights of nature language into land use and environmental review laws. So, and this works. We've seen it work in places like New Zealand and Ecuador. They've incorporated this indigenous consultation into their constitutions, and it's effective in protecting these important sacred places to the indigenous people. And by recognizing the earth as a living, rights-bearing entity and indigenous nations as sovereign climate leaders, we can replace the current extractive system with one that protects both the rights of the people and the rights of the planet.
Thank you for that. And Immaculata.
I wanted to say something, just as he said. I think it's how do we leverage Guyana's laws on international obligations? I think I spoke about, for us, the laws. We do have the Amerindian Act, which is the legislation that governs how indigenous peoples on their lands and their territories. So for me, it would be holding the governments accountable, because they sign these documents. And if you're going to plan activities, different programs, projects on our lands that can impact us, then you need, just as the farmers, my brother said, you need to talk to us, you need to speak with us, consult with us, not just at a one time, but at different times, many consultations, not just a one-off, which is in Guyana here. At one meeting, this is considered a consultation, but for us, it is not, because you're now bringing the, or you're now introducing the topic to us as a people. So you need to ensure that the laws are being upheld, and it is used whenever there are violations of indigenous people's rights. That it is used internationally to show that the governments have violated indigenous people's rights. I always say, as an indigenous person, I'm not opposed to any development, but I oppose injustice. I oppose injustice, and so if for me in Guyana, if I'm going to speak about energy justice, it must be a future where Guyana respects, protects indigenous people's land, and prioritize the well-being of our communities as Wapchan people, because true energy justice means we are partners in this. We are partners, not casualties of it. And we need to hold the government accountable to ensure that these standards are being upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I know we're almost at time here, and so I really appreciate you all, Immaculata, Seth, Basav, and Eric, for coming on and sharing your thoughts on a just transition and how we move forward and going from there. And I think a lot of people have taken from the fact that it needs to be rooted in the people, in the communities, and that's where it needs to start, and that's where it needs to also be managed and controlled growth from there. And I think we are definitely on a path, as we all have you all in this space and others to move that work forward as we move into a just transition. So I appreciate you all coming and listening to this panel, and I appreciate again the panelists, and you can give a little clap or a round of applause, and enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your time at COP.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lani.
Thank you, Lani, for inviting us to this panel. This was a really rich discussion.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Bye.
Bye, yes.
Everyone from Belém, from New York, here from Rio. It is an honor and a great pleasure to make a very brief and short closing remark after a very rich day of extremely wonderful and very thoughtful speeches from all over the globe. We had the opportunity through technology to hear people from around the globe and to connect three cities, Rio, New York, with Belém, the center of the climate change discussions during this week and the next one. But I want to start saying that this was an extremely hard conference to put together. When Professor Nick Robinson emailed me about 4 months ago, I honestly thought to myself, this is impossible. We were just 4 months away from COP. We didn't even have a place in Belém. We didn't know whether we were going to have a place. But I also knew I could not refuse, not only because of our long-standing relationship with PACE, but also because FGV Rio has a deep tradition of fostering the climate change discussion in Brazil and abroad. So I did what we usually do when faced with the impossible. I called my friends for help. We didn't have a space, like I said, in Belém, and at the same time we felt it was essential for Rio and New York to be connected. And that's when Silveira and Atias, a partnering law firm, one of the most important law firms in the country, stepped up in a remarkable way. So I want to thank, in particularly, Jorge Alex, Pedro Bentes, and Fábio, the three partners of Silveira Atias who made this possible. We heard Jorge Alex this morning. He's one of the founding fathers of environmental and climate change law in this country. He was part of a project that my dear friend Flávio Ahmed helped put together that describes the history of how environmental law and climate change law were made and were developed in Brazil. So he's a great leader, not only in Belém, his home state, but nationwide. He is truly a good friend and somebody who I admire very much. Thank you so much, Jorge Alex, for all your support. I wish I was there for your cocktail reception, because I know you're going to have an exhibition. Your law firm is an art gallery, and I know you're going to be showing folks in Belém the very beautiful and wonderful collection you have there. Thank you so much. Then I called another friend, Márcio Pereira, a dear friend at BMA law firm. Márcio is one of those rare people who combines deep legal expertise with kindness and a sense of purpose. He was here with us this morning. Unfortunately, he had to leave, but he immediately understood the importance of this event and offered his help, and he will be generously offering us here in Rio the cocktail party that folks are having in New York and in Belém following this meeting. So thank you, Márcio. Thank you, BMA firm, for also believing in this conference and helping us putting this together. Next, I call my dear friend, Flávio Ahmed. He's one of the guys who hosted me in Rio, one of the first people I met when I came to FGV back in 2008. He was a wonderful host and has been a dear friend ever since. He's from the Rio Bar Association. Flávio has long been a champion of environmental and climate change within the legal community. He brings people together in this country and in Portugal, where he organizes a very important conference. So he's another very dear friend, and said, count on me, we're going to be on this together, we're going to make it happen. So he gave me the strength I needed to believing that this could be done. After Flávio, I reached to Werner. Werner is, I think, together with Jorge Alex and other attorneys, environmental and climate change attorneys, is one of the most renowned attorneys, somebody I inspired myself very much in my practice. When I started practicing, Werner was already a renowned lawyer at one of the most important law firms in the country, a well-known Pinheiro Neto, very traditional law firm. I knew Werner was going to be a supporter of this initiative. I've been trying to bring him to FGV, and I think I'm hopeful that this will be, if not the first, one of the first of many times we're going to be together, Vernie. Vernie is, like I said, one of the great leaders of environmental and climate law in Brazil, one of the founding fathers, for that matter, in this long journey that Brazil has entailed for the past 30 to 40 years. Someone whose trajectory, depth, and integrity has shaped the field for decades. Having his support means a great deal for all of us. Werner, for you, a very special thank you. And also for your firm, thank you for being with us, for believing in this conference, for giving us this great presentation that you gave. I know you have a very busy agenda. You're going to be in Belém tomorrow. You were in Rio Grande do Sul yesterday. So thank you for taking the time and being with us. It truly means a lot for us. Thank you. Lastly, but certainly not least, my dear friend Thiago Moura. He's not here now, but Luciano from Newfields is here representing him. They represent Newfields Brazil, an engineering company that has been close to me and to Werner. I know a lot, and many other good friends. They have been supporting technically the work we do. Thiago and Newfields has been an enormous supporter of the work we do at FGV, always encouraging innovation, rigor, and dialogue. His partnership was fundamental in bringing this conference together. So with that, I want to say that the truth is very simple. Without each of them, this conference would not be possible. So thank you all for your great support, sponsoring this conference and being with us, taking the time for being with us. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our supporters. We try to be as open as we can to dialogue and as inclusive as we can. So we're going to have members of the Public Prosecutor's Office. We're going to have members of the judiciary. We have attorneys. We have academics. We will have people from the government. So thank you for each of the organizations that lent their expertise and their prestige to making this conference possible. And finally, of course, I want to thank our partners. First, Georgia State University, by sending Ryan Roberry, a professor of law there, great friend. They are a good friend of FGV. Georgia State University, College of Law in Atlanta is one place that lives deep in my heart. I'm a big fan of the work you do, and I'm very thankful for your support and for having you here, Ryan. And of course, at PACE, through my dear friend David Casuro, has an involvement with Brazil that outdates my presence here in Rio. So thank you so much for being with us and for bringing this idea, for having the initiative to putting this together. This was very meaningful, and we are truly honored to have you as partners. So with that, I thank you very much, and I'll hand over to Professor Nick Robinson in New York for his closing remarks. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much, Romulo, for those cheerful words. And I want to second all of the words of thanks that you gave to our sponsors and supporters. When we first conferred at the end of July, it was because the International Court of Justice had issued its advisory opinion. And that opinion, as you heard from Professor Christina Voigt, changed the legal world. It was a profound opinion. And knowing that COP30 was coming to Belém, Belém is a city I have visited and love, it's a beautiful city, knowing that Belém would carry on the tradition that Rio de Janeiro has had since the UN Conference on Environment and Development in 1992, the UNCED, the so-called Earth Summit. The Earth Summit was coming for climate to Belém. And I said, we must bring the court's decision to Belém. The countries that had planned the Belém meeting met in Bonn, Germany in June to plan their agenda and to work on the details. And of course, they didn't take into account the advisory opinion because it was only given on July 23rd. So if we did not step up and press the importance of this wonderful judicial decision, we would have a vacuum. We would have a unclear endorsement process of, oh yes, it's a nice decision, but it's not binding. Let's forget about it. There are still those who make that argument. And I'll tell you just briefly in a couple of parting remarks why that is not just a wrong decision, but an immoral and pernicious point of view. But the opinion of the advisory opinion of the court, which reads like an entire course in international law. Every student and every lawyer should take that opinion and just read it through paragraph by paragraph, because it is an extraordinary restatement and digest of, as Professor Voigt said, the lex lata, the established view of what international law requires. And the court didn't mince its words. They had met, as you heard, with the representatives of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to get clarity about what was the consensus about the climate emergency, that they were informed by understanding the IPCC. And for those of you who don't follow the IPCC regularly, no report comes out from the IPCC until it's been very carefully peer-reviewed within the scientific community and then shared with the governments. There are no surprises. The governments know what the IPCC is going to say before it says it, and they can get ready. And so sharing it with the court was nothing out of the ordinary. This was information the governments who had appeared before the courts as parties already had. And just to quote from the court, the court observed that in today's ongoing climate crisis, there is, quote, an existential problem of planetary precautions that imperils all forms of life and the very health of our planet. These are unusual words for a court that otherwise is mincing very carefully concepts of law that go back several hundred years and applying it to the present and what may come. So the court understood the gravity of the situation. As Dr. Carlos Nobre said in the morning panel, we are at the edge of tipping points. We are at the edge of tipping points in the Amazon, in the Arctic, in the high mountain areas, in the desert areas where the temperature is also quite high. We can't afford to stay over that tipping point. We have to pull ourselves back from that tipping point. And so I'm grateful to the Fundación Getulio Vargas and Emmanuel Paraiso and everyone in the team in Rio that helped put together this conference, along with the team here at Pace University's Elisabeth Haub School of Law, because we get to hold up to the conference of the parties for Paris and the UNCED agreement, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Agreement. We get to hold up a mirror and say, look at what the International Court of Justice has said. Now, this is what you need to follow. One of the urgencies didn't just come from our panel this morning. The Secretary General of the UN has been very clear about the climate emergency. Antonio Guterres has called upon nations to change course, remarking, as he said, quote, "We are playing Russian roulette with our planet. We need an exit ramp off the highway to climate hell, and the truth is we have control of the wheel." That's great. And the International Court of Justice has given us the roadmap to follow as we drive our perilous path. So this decision is probably not going to be acknowledged by the government's meeting in Belém, as the special advisor to Guterres, Mr. Hart, said this morning in our opening keynote address. Countries in the General Assembly have yet to pass a resolution accepting and receiving the advisory opinion, and that may give the countries assembled in Belém the opportunity to disregard it. It's come out of the court. It was asked for by the General Assembly. It hasn't been given back to the General Assembly or acknowledged that it's there. And so the countries can just say, we'll get to it later. Well, this is, of course, part of the tragedy of the last 30 COPs, pushing it down the road another year. The states that are encouraged to make the COPs work have been very effective in creating a rule book and creating the analysis process for determining what nationally determined contributions should be and can be. So they've used the time that we've stalled on taking action to make clear how you measure and guide the taking of the action. But now is the time to do it. The countries that have nationally determined declarations still are a minority of nations. They haven't been well developed, and they're not doing what the International Court of Justice said, as Professor Voigt indicated, that they must use utmost efforts to create the highest ambition for their NDCs. You don't just say, I've got one, I'll get to it later. You must push yourself to do as much as you can now, and each state will do something different because they're all in different socioeconomic conditions. They're all in geographic areas that are different. They all have different capacities, but they all have a common mission, which is to save the planet and the biosphere from its deteriorating pathway. Now, we have a foundation to implement this. It's called sustainable development. It came out of the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro and the preparations for that the UN took. So in sustainable development, all nations, is amazing, have adopted a series of laws and endorsements for sustainability. They haven't implemented them very well, but they have made that foundational step to create a legal framework that they should now have to implement. One of these laws is environmental impact assessment, EIA. Environmental impact assessments began in 1969 with the adoption of the National Environmental Policy Act here in the United States. That act has been attacked over the years, but it has changed how governmental agencies, how ministries operate, because it requires you to look before you leap, to analyze what you can do to avoid or mitigate adverse environmental effects, and come up with a pathway forward which protects the environment as well as allows sustainable development. The International Court of Justice picked out EIA, as did the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, as a fundamentally important tool to use in determining how you will avert and claw back the greenhouse gas concentrations and protect the biosphere. EIA is the evidence of due diligence. If you don't do EIA, says the court, you can't show that you're serious about protecting the environment. Because if you don't look and analyze what you're doing, you're flying blind. It's like the numerous examples of the person who chooses to drive in the fog with the headlights off in the dark at night, assuming you will be able to stay on the road. Our pathway must use EIA effectively. Our law schools, frankly, and many of our ministries are at fault in not making EIA a fundamental course that everyone should take and all agencies and governmental bodies should adhere to and implement. So EIA, the court is setting up, is going to be our litmus test and our procedure. Now, several people, including our excellent last panel, pointed out that public participation is essential. If you don't consult indigenous people, if you don't consult the neighbors around you, the environmental justice communities, then you're not participating in a holistic analysis of the environmental impacts. And EIA guarantees public participation in environmental decision-making. This is a fundamental norm that's now in several treaties, including the Aarhus Agreement and the Escazú Agreement and so on. So we've got to promote public participation. And here again, the court was prescient in its ruling because it says without public participation, we're not going to succeed. It's everyone's obligation to participate. No one can pass it over to an elected official or pass it over to some other authority that will do this for us. We have to do it for ourselves. And this was another reason in our discussions with Romulo and Emmanuel and David Casuto and others over the months of August and September, how do we articulate a series of panels that can provide detail and color, understanding, nuance, variety of interpretations on this mission? Because while we all have the same obligations, as the court said, how you apply the obligations is going to be a big debate. It's going to be different at different times in different countries under different circumstances. The failure to undertake that debate will exacerbate the climate crisis. And it's not just, as was the panel this morning talked about, hurricanes in the Caribbean. The Philippines has been blown over now by one typhoon after another. The typhoons in the South Pacific and that part of Asia are as bad or growing as bad as we have with the Caribbean hurricanes. And the other environmental impacts that we have, we've all heard summarized, need to be avoided. We need to have a safe place to be and build up our independence. So in closing, what will this dynamic use of environmental impact assessment, holding agencies to their duties and their obligations to do the utmost to protect the biosphere, what will that look like? Well, as several people pointed out, we're going to have to integrate every field of law. Environmental law has been a standalone field of law, as Maria and others pointed out. It's got to now be integrated into all fields of law. So commercial aspects of law, antitrust law, criminal law, this all becomes part of the mission to preserve the biosphere in a way that all life can live within safely. We're going to go and exceed the planetary boundaries. We already are. We're over the edge, although people say we're at the tipping point. But if we weren't over the edge, we wouldn't be at the tipping point. Our job now is to go back in time. At our meeting in, of all places, Abu Dhabi, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature adopted a resolution for the first time calling for the preservation and creation of protected areas for grasslands, the great pampas, the svelts, the prairies, the huge areas of grassland. Only 3% are protected. And they are massively important for sequestering carbon. So little pieces of grass are now a concern, a common concern of mankind. And we're going to have to organize ourselves to do what we can to maintain the biosphere and its ecosystems. So we're moving toward a kind of ecosystem law. And it's a law of relationships, as several people have pointed out. It's a law of understanding how we are part of the biosphere. And I look forward very much to our further panels tomorrow, because they will continue to elaborate what the International Court of Justice means in terms of a whole series of sectors. I'm now privileged to turn, I think, the final speaker over to Jesse Owley, Professor Owley, and I will step down. Thank you.
Is it on? Does it see now? Do I press? I don't need to press anything? A light.
Check, check.
All right, thank you. Sorry for my technical difficulties. Thank you. It's an honor to be invited here. Pace University is a place where I started my academic teaching career, so it's a special place in my heart, and I can't say no to anything that Robinson asked me to do, or Chinthi. I've been asked here today to close with some reflections on what's happening right now at the COP, and for that very reason, I'm really sorry that I haven't been here all day to hear the wonderful speeches and hear all the different voices and ideas, and that's because I'm here in Belém because I am here with a team of students, 13 students that we're working with the small island developing nations. We're working with Pacific Island nations to help amplify their voice at the COP, and I I just want to say that they are thinking very much about the ICJ opinion, and they are talking about it, and it is important to them, and they also have a mission to amplify it at the COP. Now, the rest of my comments, I want to be very clear, though, that I'm speaking on behalf of myself and not on behalf of the island nations that we work with, and definitely not on behalf of the University of Miami in the United States. So what's going on with the COP? This year, the COP is being called the COP of implementation, which is very boring sounding, but I want to make it exciting to you, right? So what does it mean? This is a year that we're trying to finally figure out 10 years past Paris. How does it actually work? We have these goals, we've had these statements, we've said all this time talking about what different words mean. Can we really kind of start to see some of the change on the ground? And it's hard to kind of reflect too much on it right now because it's Wednesday, which actually means it's the end of our second day of negotiations, because the first day is really the ceremonial opening and setting the schedule and things like that. Negotiations don't start in earnest until Tuesday morning. And in that, we have an agenda fight that we're kind of managing right now, which means that we haven't even, although maybe now it's happening right now, I believe, settled on exactly all of the things that we're going to be talking about at the COP. A few of them were put aside to try and figure out whether or not they would be part of our discussions. So it's a little hard for me to actually kind of give you a feedback when part of me doesn't even know what our full topics are at the COP. But one thing we do know, right? We can think of the Paris Agreement as having three goals, right? There's three pieces of it that we get from Article 2, which is that it's mitigation, ambition, and finance. And tons of other stuff. There's over 145 agenda items, so it's a lot more is going on, but that's the heart of it, those three things: mitigation, ambition, money. Mitigation, right? We know how the mitigation was set up, that everybody is going to make their own NDCs, their nationally determined contributions, but in doing so, they should set as a goal of 1.5 degrees. There is still some debate amongst the parties of whether or not we've overshot it or we're about to overshoot it, but either way, if we're not there, it's happening soon. So we're trying to figure out, what does that mean? If we've all decided that that's our goal, and yet we've all acknowledged that we're not meeting it. We have our recent UN gap report showing the gap between our NDCs. We also have our goal, and we also have the NDC synthesis report. These two reports just came out, and we're trying to figure out, now that we know we're made progress, but we're so far behind on mitigation, what should we be doing next? And I think that is an unclear topic for this COP in particular. It's not clear what the next steps are on mitigation this year, whether or not they're really going to sit down and make any concrete motion to move forward. I think what a lot of people would like to see are NDCs, and the phrase we're using now are 1.5 aligned. Right? How can we create and revisit those things? Now, that's hard when we have many countries, as I sounds like you heard this morning, who haven't yet submitted theirs. So we have kind of problems along the way of not having submitted NDCs, having NDCs that aren't quite as ambitious as we would like them to be, and trying to figure out how we can move forward on that. It is an item that is not currently on the agenda for this COP. So that's part of the discussion right now, is where can we talk about the fact that we know we're so far behind? And many people would say, well, we created a framework where we kind of set our NDCs, and then we take stock, we do a global stock take of how we're doing. And then based on that, we kind of take a couple of years to change our process, and we should just let that play out. And other people are like, why wait another year? Let's move forward and talk about it. We'll see tonight or tomorrow. You can read whether or not we're moving forward to talk about it. What else? So adaptation, right? So this is our next goal. We have, for many years, we didn't talk about adaptation in the climate change world because we were afraid that doing so was admitting defeat. We should stay talking about mitigation. And if we start talking about how do we adapt to climate change, we've made a mistake. I think that is clearly, since Paris, been put aside, and adaptation is acknowledged as being an important element. But the funding for adaptation is far lower than our funding for mitigation. One of the things being talked about this year on adaptation, the big issue on adaptation this year at the COP, is something called the Global Goal on Adaptation. And so what should be our goal? So we have kind of set this global goal on adaptation a year ago. And so what have we done though? Well, we're still trying to figure out, how do we measure that? How do we know we're adapting well? What are the types of things? And so they are discussing a list of over 100 indicators of adaptation, things that we would look at to measure. And I'm sure all of you lawyers in this room can imagine we are quickly going to have some discussions about whether or not that is the right list. How do we define those lists? Do we understand all the items on that list? Should we adopt all of them? There's about 20 or 22, depending on who you talk to, that people feel like, oh, we understand these. We have enough data behind them. We have enough expert advice that we understand what we would need to do if we were to go back to our country and have to submit reports on this information. Well, that means there's 78 to 80 that people, the experts, the scientific experts are like, maybe we can learn by doing, maybe we'll try it out and see how it goes. So there's a debate on whether they should adopt them at all, adopt all of them, adopt some of them, take note of them. And I think even when they do adopt them, reporting on them will be likely to be voluntary. Developing countries are really worried that if they have to, if we make a list, that they're going to be beholden to that list, and that if they have trouble meeting it, they're going to not be given funding and other things that they want. So this is probably one of the topics that you'll hear talked about the most in the next 2 weeks, is what happens with the global goal on adaptation. I'm just going to take the big pieces for each of my 3 prongs, and the last one is then finance. It's all about the money, right? If you want to try to mitigate, if you want to try to adapt, all of that costs money. Last year, they created the Baku to Belém roadmap, where they agreed that what we're going to do is we're going to shoot for $300 billion a year, on track with a goal to increase that to get to 1.3 trillion. It's very easy to say you're going to do that, but you have to then take out your check. Well, we don't have checks anymore. You have to pay that bill, right? So we're still far short, I think, of the pledges and things like that. And so that is, we'll see what happens there. But I think there's a lot of energy and a lot of hope that the finance contributions and commitments from developed nations will help us on that path. The elephant in the room, the elephant not in the room, is the United States. People are asking me constantly, what does it mean that the United States is not here? I will tell you, all the reporters ask that, but the negotiators are just in the thick of it, negotiating and trying to get through these things. And in some ways, maybe this is, again, personal opinion, not that of my university, maybe it's better that the United States isn't there. Because let's just be honest that we're not going to, as a country, be contributing to this. We're not helping, we're not making a difference. So maybe it's better if people aren't kind of thinking we're going to show up and take care of our, pay our part of the bill. So I think that I think those were the 3 big things I would tell you, like what we're in the thick of it and what's being discussed, and we can check back. We still have quite a bit of the negotiations to go, and this will give you a hint of things to look forward to, or to hope for, to lobby for as you're out there. Okay, I don't know who this goes to next, other than I think some organizer must be closing.
Thank you, Jessica Ali. Thank you. And with that, we are closing day 1 of a mandate for all. Thank you to everybody who participated in Rio, Belém, and White Plains. We're running it back tomorrow, so same bat time, same bat channel. Check those YouTube links. For those in White Plains, there will be pizza and Nick Robinson answering all your questions, so enjoy that in the moot courtroom. Here in Belém, thank you to our gracious hosts and George Alex for hosting us for a cocktail reception. Go have fun. Thank you.
So in principle, there's a pizza arriving, and you're all invited to have pizza.